All right, so here is the basic idea. Imagine if instead of putting something on a crafting table, like an oak log, and getting oak planks out of it, you got the letters in the word oak log, OAKLOG, right? And you could keep those letters to craft something new. So if I got the D and the I from dirt and the A from the oak log, and I got all the letters you needed to spell the word diamond, then I could open the crafting table and spell diamond and get a diamond out of it. Sounds pretty cool, right? That's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be making this mod live. Doing it for all of you live because I know you guys want to learn how to make command block stuff, and command block stuff is basically data pack stuff, and data pack stuff is basically mods, and command blocks are basically mods, and you can make mods completely in the game without mods. So the first step in making something like this is we're going to type /datapack create. What are we going to call it? We'll call it letter craft. Sure, because we're crafting with letters. And we have to give it a description to make it. I don't know why. Mojang doesn't let you create a data pack without giving it a description. We'll call it a mod that lets you craft with letters instead of items. Now, in order to actually code this data pack, we have to open up all the files and stuff, right? And that can be pretty annoying. People will tell you to do percentage, app data, percentage, blah, 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 to go find the folder where the data pack is stored. Look, I've got a really easy hack for that, okay? Give me 1 second. I just swiped away to the current screen. If we save and quit the title, hit single player, select our world, and hit edit, we can hit open world folder, and it will literally just open the world folder. Hold on, it opened it on my second monitor. There we go, see? It just opened the world folder. I'll close it and open it again. Whoop, there you go. You get your world folder right there so easily. And then we can open data packs, and there it is. This data pack we just created called Lettercraft. And now we can start to create all of our files. Now in here is this thing called pack.mcmeta. This thing's super useful, super helpful. Pack.mcmeta, for the most part, it just says what's the description of the mod, what version is it for. There isn't a version 101. Data packs have different number versions than the actual game version. So 26.1's data pack version is 101. It's confusing. If you want to know what all of them are, you can go to the Minecraft wiki, and you can look up pack format. This is so not important right now for what we're trying to do, but this is the kind of stuff you got to know. And then you can see for the version you're currently playing, 26.1, what's the thing? It's 101.1, I guess. Anyways, let's get back to where we're coding over here. So this is mostly just information about the data pack, but you can also disable vanilla stuff in this file, in the pack.mcmeta file, which is right in the root of your data pack here. And I don't remember the exact format for disabling things. I'm gonna have to probably scroll through the wiki. I always go to the wiki to remember these kinds of things. MCMeta is a file extension used in resource packs and data packs. Metadata, there we go. So we have this thing. It's called filter block. Okay, so you can create a filter that blocks certain things. All right, cool. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to type filter like it says on the wiki. And then in filter, it's an object. So that means we have to create curly braces around it to keep it organized. And then we're going to create block. And this is a list. That's what this little orange thing right here means on the wiki. It means it's a list of stuff. And now we have to add stuff to this list. So in the list, you put, let's see, an object that has a namespace and a path. Okay, so a namespace is pretty much the name of the project. So my project is called Lettercraft, right? So my namespace is going to be Lettercraft, and this is where we're going to put all of our stuff. We're going to put our commands in here. We're going to put loot tables, item modifiers, whatever. That's going to go in this folder. The vanilla namespace is, unsurprisingly, Minecraft. And I'm pretty sure This is like in the format of a regular expression, which I'm not good at regular expressions. If you don't know what a regular expression is, you can look it up, but it's very useful for coding, and I'm very bad at just knowing how to do regular expressions. So it says this is a regular expression for the namespaces of files to be filtered out, and the path is a regular expression for the paths of files to be filtered out. I don't know. I don't remember the exact format of this. So all that really matters is that we want to block everything that has the namespace Minecraft and the path, I think, what is it, recipes? And this should disable all of the vanilla recipes. They should all be gone. So if we go back to the game and we reopen our world, and it should reload our data pack, and it should disable all of the vanilla recipes. No, it didn't. That means I typed it wrong. And that's the fun part of making data packs, is that you're not going to remember how to do everything every single time, and it's going to be a terrible, painful process of having to look stuff up to figure it out. Let's see. I've done this before at some point. Another life hack I have, guys, is instead of memorizing everything, I just go on over to the Minecraft Commands Discord, okay? And here, you can ask all sorts of awesome questions, or you can just search like something you want to know, like disable recipes. I'm sure someone has asked this before. Crafting recipe upgrade, like, you know, you can go through all these old chats where people have asked these kinds of questions, and usually someone will have answered it before. So if I don't remember exactly how to do this, disable crafting together 2 carrots on a stick. Well, that's a very specific thing you can't do. Disable crafting recipe unlocks for all vanilla recipes. No. Let's see. I want to disable that allows you to turn down a chest plate. Someone must have answered this before. I know I've seen the answer to this before in this server. Disable recipe. MC meta. Right? No. MC meta filter. There we go. Okay. This is the format for it. The regular expression, I think. Okay, so regular expressions basically are like a way to find text inside of a file. So like if I wanted to find the beginning of every line, I would enable regular expressions. This is Notepad++. It's a very fancy way to edit files. I would just hit this. I would put a caret, and then I would put that, right? Is that how you find the beginning of a line? Yeah. It just finds the beginning of every line with a caret. So over here in the Minecraft Commands Discord, we can see this is the beginning of the line. It has Minecraft in it, and this is the end of the line. And then the path is going to be anything that starts with recipe, I guess. So let's see. So if we make ours have the caret for the beginning of the line and the $sign for the end of the line, we do the same thing with this. If it starts with recipes and ends with a $sign, is that enough? If we go back over and do /reload, does this now actually disable the recipe? No, it doesn't. All right. Well, maybe I don't need this $sign at the end of it. So it's just anything that starts with recipes, and then every single file that comes after that. So recipes /oak planks, or recipes /stick, or whatever it might be. That might work. Let's find out. Does it work? No, it didn't work. Do I have to reopen the world to make it work? No, that didn't work. Oh, man. This is the first step to making things craftable with letters is to disable recipes, and we haven't even started with that step. Okay. Let's see. Recipe. Oh, did I type recipes instead of recipe? I did. That's probably the problem right there, because it's supposed to be recipe. There, that was it. That was literally it. Now, every recipe in the game is gone. So we can actually start to get to the point of replacing every recipe in the game. Now, ideally, what I would like to do is make it so when I right-click on a crafting table, it boots me out of this menu and then like opens up like a dialogue. Oh man, what is a good dialogue? like, dialogues are basically these custom menus you can have that can have anything in them. So I would like it to boot me out of the crafting table and then open that up for me. So that means every time I right click on a crafting table, I need to like replace every crafting table nearby with like stone temporarily and then quickly replace it with a crafting table again. Actually, there might be a really simple way of doing that. So let's just do a test real quick. If I place down a command block here, and this command block says fill like every command block or every crafting table nearby, we're going to replace every crafting table with a command block, and that command is going to have a command inside that says set block here, crafting table. And we're going to set auto to 1. So what this should do is when I step on it, it will replace every crafting table. See how it flashes when I step on it? It replaces it with like a command block for 1 tick and then puts it back to a crafting table. So theoretically, if I like jump on this with this open, yeah, see it like boots me out of the crafting table for when I activate this command. So I can make it so every time I right click on a crafting table, it boots me. It runs a command that basically just like boots me out of the crafting table by flickering it to a command block for a second, and then opens up a spelling menu. So in order to do that, we're gonna pop over full screen. Sorry, I just realized you guys couldn't hear me for a second because I swapped over to my VS Code instance and my microphone isn't on there. So let me just quickly add my microphone to my VS Code like screen. And there we go. My voice is back on the VS Code screen. Sorry, you guys couldn't hear me for a second. So VS Code is basically just a much fancier way to edit text than Notepad++, which I was showing you guys earlier. I'm going to swap to my like full actual screen real quick, and I'm going to show you if I bring over this folder which has our data packs in it, if I just drag in this data pack we created called Lettercraft, like this. Yeah, I trust the authors. I am the authors. Then we can edit our data pack in a very fancy way. So we can see every file that we can create. We can see this pack.mc meta file, and we can see the folder that it's actually in. And I have all these fancy extensions. You see these like icons I have here, like this chest and this ender chest, this little like piece of paper. That's using an extension called Datapack Icons just to make it like easier to make data packs. I also use Datapack Helper Plus by Spyglass. This is so useful because it allows me to, I'll do an example of this real quick. If I create a function folder, functions are basically just lists of commands, and I create test.mc function. Look, I can type like, for example, summon, and then it will give me like suggestions for all of the stuff you can summon, just like it would in game. So I can like completely like create lists of commands. I can summon a camel husk, I can summon TNT, I can say hi, I can execute as, at E, run, kill, no, not kill at as, summon, as at E, at as, run, summon creeper. So now if I go back into Minecraft and I reload to get my data packs reloaded, so I get that function, I can do /function lettercraft test, and it runs all of those things I just said, spawning TNT and then a camel husk and then a creeper on every person, and it said hi in chat. Very cool, right? Very, very nifty. Now we have a giant hole, but you know that's part of testing. So we want to detect whenever I right click on a crafting table. Let me grab this crafting table back. And we want to run this command, which like boots me out of the crafting table, and another command that's going to open up our new spell crafting menu for our spell crafting. So let's jump back over to VS Code, and we're going to create an advancement. You know how advancements like let you unlock stuff? You know, like you have the whole advancement menu in Minecraft here. If we hit L, it's like, oh, if you mine stone with your pickaxe, you unlock this advancement. If you construct a better pickaxe, you get this advancement. What's nice about advancements is that they let you detect stuff like that, right? But you can make your own custom advancements that let you detect anything and then run a function, run any commands you want. So for example, I've made this advancement folder in here, and then we're gonna, I don't wanna make another folder, I wanna make a file, we're gonna call it interact crafting table, so .json. So every time we interact with a crafting table, I also have this extension called mynode. Mynode is the best extension for making data packs because it allows you to just generate stuff without having to memorize how anything works. This is super cool. It's very recently been made. It's based off of a website made by a guy called Misode, which is really useful. I'm not going to over-explain that right now, but just mynode extension for VS Code, you will make data packs 1,000 times faster. And data packs are just mods, and data packs are just commands. So using mynode, we can create an advancement called interact crafting table. It's annoying. You have to give it a name, a file name, and then you have to give it a name inside the advancement. And we're going to give it a trigger, and that trigger is going to be use block or whatever. It's something like that. Player interacted with block, something like that. Player, let me see. It's like interact with block, item used on block. Maybe that's it. Oops, sorry, I just knocked my microphone out. Let me hit block. Default block use. I think that might be it. Default block use. And then the location is... Or is it, you can test for the block state property. The block is a crafting table. So if we've interacted with the crafting table, then we want to reward the player, quote unquote reward the player, right? Because it's an advancement, so it uses advancement terminology. We want to reward the player with a function. So it runs a command as the player whenever I right click on a crafting table. And we have to make a new function. We have this one called test. Let's just rename it to interact crafting table. And we'll just delete all of this code. So we'll reward us with the function. Look, see, mynode auto, it knows I just made a function with that name, so it suggests it to me. So cool, so cool. So now whenever I right click on a crafting table, it should say hi. We'll go back into Minecraft and test out and see if that works. So let's reload. If I right click on the crafting table, look at that, it says hi in the chat. Perfect. Beautiful. But if I do it a second time, it doesn't work. Why not? It's because I unlocked the advancement, and I have to advancement revoke at s only letter craft interact crafting table in order to do it again. So it only works once. But guess what? Functions can run as many commands as we want. So we can copy this command that revokes that advancement, and we can go back over to VS Code and put it in this function for interact crafting table. And now, if we go back into Minecraft and we reload our data pack, then every single time I hit this crafting table now, it says hi in the chat automatically. I don't have to manually reset it myself. So cool, so nifty. But we don't want it to say hi, we want it to do this thing. Let's just actually copy this command and then pop back over to VS Code, and let's just paste it right here. And we'll increase the radius to be like a little wider, because you can interact with the crafting tables from pretty far away. We'll make it 16, like this. So now every time I interact with this crafting table, it should boot me out, and it didn't. And the reason why I'm realizing is because we made... Oh, I didn't actually show you guys me failing. Let me pop back over to Minecraft. If I right-click on the crafting table, it doesn't boot me out, even though I typed /reload, and it should boot me out just like it was earlier. The reason why, if you think about it, is the fact that our command that I just made over in VS Code, if we pop back over there, is a giant, 16 block away cube, okay? Here's the problem, okay? Back in Minecraft, if I'm standing right here, 16 blocks below me is below the world. So Minecraft don't like to do stuff below the world. So we have to add some extra commands just in case we're at the bottom of the world. There's a couple of ways to do this. And the lazy way to do this is to just do this. From wherever I'm standing to the bottom of the world, which is, I think, -64, right? I'm pretty sure. That's not, is it negative 64? Is it negative 63? It might be negative 63 technically. I don't know. Let me just pop back over to Minecraft and test that. So if I set block at negative 64, better air, does it let me? Yeah, it does. Okay, so yeah, negative 64 is the bottom world. I don't know why sometimes I get confused and think it's negative 63. So we'll make one for negative 64. That does the same crafting table thing. And I guess we'll just make both of them negative 64. And we'll also do one for the top of the world, which is 320, right? See, now I think it's 319. Is it 319 or is it 320? Wait a second. Hold on. Set block here, 320 here, stone. No, that's out of the world, so the limit is 319. Okay. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, so I was right this time. 319. We'll change that. Okay, so now it shouldn't get confused. Wait. This isn't correct. Because let me think. Right. Actually, no. I'm doing this wrong. Sorry, guys. I've led you astray. Execute. Unless no. Wait, can I execute if block like 16 blocks below me is void air? No, I can't even do that. So that position is out of the world. You didn't see me pop back over to Minecraft. Sorry. Let me think. So I need to be able to... No, so I was right. So I need to do this. Negative 64 to 16 blocks above me, as well as 16 blocks below me to 319. So now this should cover all of our bases. So now if I'm at the bottom of the world, it should work. It didn't work. Oh, do I need to revoke our advancement? Oh, right, because it only ever gets revoked. Oh no, I don't have it. I don't need to revoke it. Ah, come on. What's causing us trouble? Let me just run this command I just made in the game to see if it even works. It says successfully filled 1 blocks. Okay, so now I'm confused. So is it actually working? Interesting. Maybe it's happening so fast that it doesn't actually boot me out of the thing. So if I change this to stone instead, back in VS Code, I just changed this to stone instead of crafting table. Let's see if it actually works in Minecraft now if I hit reload. No, it didn't work. So my command is not running for some reason. Maybe I typed something wrong in VS Code. Maybe one of these commands is not, like, allowed. Because I can copy this, and I can run it in Minecraft, and it seems to work. Oh, wait. It says replace stone. No, replace crafting table. With stone. Whoops. With the command block that sets it to stone. Yeah, so that worked. Okay, whoops. Okay, so let me go back into VS Code, and we'll fix this to say crafting table, and make it set it to stone. Okay. Getting pretty confusing. That worked. Okay, that worked. So it is actually running the function. It is running my function to replace it with a crafting table, but I think it's just happening so fast that it doesn't boot me out of the crafting table when I do it in game. It replaces it so fast that it's just like, actually, you know what? You can keep your crafting table. So now we have to do something slightly different. Instead of setting a crafting table down, we're going to make a command that summons an entity. We're going to summon a execute unless entity @e tag equals letter craft crafting table boot distance equals less than 0.01. So unless there's one of those entities at the location of the crafting table, Actually, no, we don't even need that. I'm overcomplicating it. Summon marker here with the tag lettercraft boot. So now this is the command we want to run every time we get that. Oh, whoops, I copied the wrong thing. I need to copy this part and replace both of these commands with this command. So now whenever I interact with the crafting table, it'll create a marker. And we'll make that marker wait 1 tick before it sets it back to a crafting table. So that way it's a command block for 1 tick. It doesn't instantly become a crafting table. It's a command block for 1 tick, which boots me out. So now we have to do something fun. We have to create a ticking function. What is a ticking function? A ticking function is basically, let's see, tick.json, a file that runs every single tick. It's a function, as many commands as you want that runs every single tick. I'm pretty sure I've explained this before in a different video, but we're explaining the whole process here in one. And in order to make this work, a ticking function, you can name it whatever you want. You don't have to name it tick.json. I just do that for consistency, but in order to make it work, we have to tell Minecraft that we want it to work. So we have to create a Minecraft folder in our data pack. So we have data, then lettercraft, and Minecraft. And then we have to create a tags folder, and then we have to create a function folder, and then we have to create a file called tick.json. And in here, we're going to create some curly braces because it's a JSON object. We're going to type values, and look at that. Again, it's suggesting everything that I should put in here. And we're going to put lettercraft tick. Why is lettercraft tick not actually coming up? Oh, because I called it tick.json. It's supposed to be tick.mc function, of course, because it's an MC function file. All right, so now it should come up with lettercraft tick. There we go. So now we've told the game every single tick we want this specific thing to run. Let's go pop over to this, and we're going to execute as @e type equals marker. Type equals marker. Whoops, that's a dash. Marker tag equals lettercraft boot. @s run set block crafting table, and set block tilde crafting table. So at the position of the marker, set a crafting table, and then we're gonna kill @e type equals marker lettercraft boot. So this might work, but it might not work. And the reason why it might not work is because the order in which things happen in a single tick is different. So sometimes, I don't know the order of things, but like, you know, you have advancements that run, and then you have like the tick that runs every single, you know, tick. I don't know which runs first. We're going to have to just find out. Does this work? Yes, it does. Look at that. Every time I right click on the crafting table, it boots me out. And like, if I get lucky, sometimes it shows me the menu, but usually it looks like it boots me out. Perfect. And it's a little funny, you know, it makes the command block flicker. But that shouldn't be a problem. We shouldn't have to really see it, because we're going to run a dialogue that pops up in our face with a different menu. So the player probably shouldn't really see that for too long. It'll be like a brief flicker while they're opening up a menu. But we have to create a dialogue. Let's pop back over to VS Code. How do we create a dialogue? Well, normally how you create a dialogue is you create a folder called dialogue, just like we created a folder called advancement and a folder called function. But our dialogue is going to be special. Our dialogue is going to be a dynamic dialogue that changes. Okay? It's not going to stay consistent. So we're going to create a folder called spelling menu, which is going to be what we're calling it. And we're going to create a dynamic dialogue that changes with commands. We're going to call init. We're going to create a function called init, which means initialize. So this is the first thing that we're going to call to whenever we interact with our crafting table. And let's see. Although I just realized I probably am overcomplicating this, because I bet just opening a dialogue will boot you out of a crafting table. Maybe I've overcomplicated this. We'll find out about that in a second. Actually, let's just test that. Dialogue show @s custom options, and let's just get rid of all of these fill commands and go back to Minecraft. Does that actually solve our problem completely? No, it doesn't, because then when you hit escape, it shows the crafting table again. See that? So yeah, that's not gonna work. So we do need all of that stuff back in VS Code that like spawns the marker, which creates the command block that boots you out of the crafting table. Okay, that's fine. So now if we go back over here, if I right click on this, it's not opening up my thingy. Did I accidentally delete that? Show at S custom options? No, I didn't. Oh, interesting. For some reason, this little thing isn't running and showing me that dialogue. Okay, interesting. That's very confusing to me. I mean, if I make it do say hi, does that work? Go back to Minecraft. Reload. It does say hi, but it doesn't want to show me the dialogue. Okay, that's very frustrating. I don't actually know why that would be. Very weird. So okay. So it runs all of these things successfully. And then it doesn't want to show me this dialogue, this custom menu. But it does want to say hi. I don't know why that would be. But we don't have a choice. We're just going to have to do some hackery. We're going to do tag at s add lettercraft open menu. And now whenever execute now in our tick function, we'll do execute as at a tag equals lettercraft open menu run function spelling menu init. And then in spelling menu init, we're going to do dialogue show at s, and then just one of these random dialogues it has. So will this work? Oh, we also want to tag at s remove lettercraft open menu. Okay. Back over to Minecraft. Still doesn't work. Oh, you're joking me. Dialogue show at s custom options. Yeah, it works if I just run it in game. Does not want to work if I run it in here. Huh. That is interesting. Does it, if I do say hi, does it work? When I right click on these crafting tables, it does say hi. Oh, this is strange. This is very strange. Very strange. Very strange. Okay. Well, if we want to be able to craft items with letters, we're going to have to open up one of these dialogues. If I just, actually, hold on. If I just run that function itself, /function, lettercraft, spelling menu init, it does open it. It opens it if I run it manually, but it doesn't open it if the function runs it. That is strange. That is very strange. What if I open a different dialogue? Show, what other dialogues are there? Server links? Quick actions? They're all empty. We'll do quick actions. Back over to VS Code. Show us quick actions? Maybe custom options is just like broken or something. I don't know. And pop back over to Minecraft. And no, it just doesn't want to show me. It doesn't want to show me the dialogue when it's run via my ticking function. Or is my ticking function just not working? No, my ticking function is definitely working because it's replacing the crafting tables with the command blocks with the crafting tables. Huh. Well, I'll be. That is very confusing. Lettercraft open. Did I spell this wrong? It's running the say hi thing. It does say hi whenever I right click on one of these, and it boots me out of the menu properly, but it just doesn't open up the dialogue. Huh. I'm confused. I'm actually confused. This is beyond me. Try running it as a player. Someone said. I definitely ran it as a player. As every player, that's what at A means. With the tag lettercraft open menu, run this function, and it's successfully running the function. Show. And when I run this function manually in the chat, it works fine. Unexpected problems. Unexpected problems. Well then. Dialogue. Well, let's just make our own custom dialogue for a second, just for the sake of A, showing how to do that for the stream, but B, so we can actually make some sort of progress. So we're gonna go to Missode's website. Missode's website. So cool. So I'm not doing this in VS Code. VS Code is basically a copy of Missode's website, or the VS Code extension MyNode is a copy of Missode's website inside of VS Code, but it doesn't have the little visualizers that that Missode's website has, like all this stuff in the top right. So I have to find, where is it? The dialogue generator. This visualizes the dialogue, and I just love that. It's just very convenient. We're going to make a multi-action dialogue, and we're going to give it a title. We're going to call it the spelling menu. Or we'll call it a spelling table, because we'll rename the crafting table to the spelling table, whatever, something like that. I don't know. I mean, the item's still gonna be called crafting table. Whatever. It's a spelling table, and the spelling table is gonna have. You can technically put a text box. I might just do it as a text box. The problem with text box with these dialogue things is that they require you have operator permissions. They're the most convenient, but I'm not sure if that's the route I want to go, because I do want this to be like something you can install and not have like cheats enabled, and it works. So I think we're going to do our own like custom spelling system where it literally just creates like a list of letters that you have, like this. So like it's just like you have an A, for example, and it shows an A there, and then you also have a B, and you have a B there, and maybe it'll also show you like how many you have. Like if you have 2 A's and you have like 12 B's from collecting a lot of beehives and alliums or something, right? So for now, we'll make this our dialogue. It's going to be dynamic later, where it actually loads in the specific letters you have. But for now, we're just going to use this template one, just so we can make our own custom one. And we're going to also have it have a craft button, I guess, at the bottom. Or should it say craft or should it say spell? Maybe we should make it say spell. Spell item or something like that. I don't know. Now, see how it's creating like this format, which is kind of like the same format as like our advancement. It's like a bunch of like different lines with squiggly brackets. We don't actually want that. The reason why we don't want that is because we want to make, like I said, we want to make this dynamic. And in order to make it dynamic, we have to create what's called an inline dialogue. Hit this little inline button here. Now it's one big, like, it's like one single line. We can copy that, pop back over to VS Code, and stick that in this thing. We're going to replace quick actions with this. And now, whenever we run it, whoops, that is not the right app. Now, whenever we run it, function lettercraft spelling menu init. Look, we have this little fancy menu in the game instead. Okay. But does it run when I do this? No, it doesn't. So, for some reason, the command that boots us out of the crafting table runs, okay? Right? But I think we're still technically considered in the crafting table the moment it happens. So, I think we have to make the player wait one extra tick before actually being put inside the spelling menu. Because here in our tick function, it runs this thing, the lettercraft boot set block crafting table. This boots us out of the crafting menu. And then it immediately tries to open the spelling menu. And even though technically we're going to get booted out because the crafting table's been replaced or whatever, we haven't been booted out yet. So we'll delay it by one tick. And delaying things by one tick can be quite annoying for a couple reasons. You can use, there's a /schedule command, which you can use to schedule a command for one tick from now, but it's just not multiplayer friendly because you can't schedule something for a specific player. You schedule something for the entire world, okay? So we're going to have to instead, like, I don't know, create like a timer or something. I mean, what we could do is we could do something janky, which is, it's less readable for people, but it means that I can save adding adding more scoreboards. So we can make it so this only ever runs if you have the open menu tag and you have the letter craft. Oh, I haven't been consistent. This is letter underscore craft, and this is letter craft with no underscore. Let's just make it letter craft with no underscore, and we'll go back to the interact crafting table, and we'll get rid of that underscore as well. We're not going to use the scoreboard just for the sake of saving scoreboards. I don't know why. I like to like minimize creating scoreboards. So you have to have the open menu tag, and you have to have the letter craft delay tick tag, and then you get the delay tick tag after after it's supposed to open the menu, so that way it only happens in the next tick. This is really janky. Add lettercraft delay tick, and then back in our thing that opens it, we'll remove both of those tags. I think a lot of people would say I shouldn't do it that way. I don't know why I like doing it that way. I don't know why I like to minimize how many scoreboards I have. But regardless, this should now work. Yes, it does. And I'm stuck. Okay, that's not good. Oh, I'm stuck because we're still not removing this thing, the underscore in this. Okay, now if we go back to the game and do... Oh boy, we're stuck. We're properly stuck. I'll just leave the game and the world and rejoin it, and that should reload the resource pack. Or the data pack. There we go. Now we right-click on a crafting table, and it opens our spelling menu. Okay, cool. Very cool. So now we need a way to keep track of how many letters people have. And let's just quiet some people who are spamming. Put user in timeout. Sorry. Whoopsie. Ha ha ha. Okay. Now we need a way to keep track of how many letters the player actually has and then display it in our spelling table. Okay. So we need to create player storage, right? We need to be able to store information about the player. Also, do you guys like how I don't use mods and I just use the FOV? Yeah, I really don't play with mods. I don't have any installed. So now we need to be able to keep track of the players' letters they have. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use /data command, modify storage, lettercraft letters. Each player has their own list of letters they have, right? And the way this is going to work, so we're going to have something called, let's see. We're going to call it all dot. So this gets a little complicated. So you can't just like store like, oh, all this player. Like you have to do something weird where we're gonna use something called. This is the part of the stream where it gets even more confusing than it already is. We're gonna use something called a macro. What's a macro? A macro is basically a command that you can run that is like you could insert in parts into it. So let's say we have the player, right? And I do data get entity at s. This is all of the data that's on my player entity. Like me as a person in the game, this is all the data on me. And one of these things is, I can actually just type it, UUID. Everyone's got a UUID. If you don't know what a UUID is, it's basically just like a number that says, a number that is unique to you. This is like your UUID. No one else has it. This identifies you as a person. Every account has their own UUID. Every mob has their own UUID across every game, right? Has their own unique UUID. Universally unique identifier is literally what it stands for. So we can use this UUID in a command to set to give players their own like data storage. So we gotta go back over here, and we're gonna create like a temporary function called like give letter or something like that, just to give me letters as a testing thing. So this is gonna be like we're gonna have to create a whole system for like storing letters on the player. So we're gonna create a thing called player storage, or like player letters. We'll call it player storage. That seems simpler. And this is going to be like give letter.mc function. That's going to give me a letter. And it's going to run data modify storage lettercraft. We'll call it player storage just for consistency. And it's going to be all, which is the list of all players. And it's going to specifically be the player who has UUID. UUID. What does this mean? This is the macro part, okay? So this basically says we're going to have a whole list of players that have their own storage. But we want to specifically find the one that has my UUID. And how do we put my UUID right here? Well, back in our like temporary give letter function here, we can run function player storage give letter with. When you put with at the end of it, it basically like says, okay, we need to grab data in order to insert into our command. With entity at s. So this is going to be with me. We're going to run this function. And I have this UUID, my UUID, it'll insert into this function so we can find where my storage is. And then we'll make a list called letters, and we'll append something. Oh, right. So we're actually going to have to do this as well. Let's see. We'll go back to give letter. Data modify storage lettercraft temp for temporary. All dot UUID set from entity at s UUID, and then we're going to also data modify storage lettercraft temp all dot letter or all dot give letter set value, and we'll just make it be an A, I guess. And then we're going to run our give letter function with storage lettercraft temp all. So now, instead of running it as me, a person, it's going to run it as this temporary storage that exists. And that temporary storage should have my UUID in it, and it should have the letter A. So now we can append, I don't remember the exact format of this command, append value give letter. There we go. Something like that. Okay. If that was all confusing, I'm sorry, but it's about to make sense, I promise. Let's pop on back over to the game, reload, and we're going to run that give letter function. Whoops. Function give letter. Nothing happened, right? I'm going to keep running it. Nothing happened. But if we do data get storage, lettercraft player storage, now you can see here, I'll clear the chat just so it's a little easier to see. This is what I'm trying to explain. Now we have a list of players. That's what the square bracket means. It means it's a list. And this one is mine. The UUID has my UUID. It starts at 244001407, and then I don't remember it. And I have this list of letters. All of these A's I have. And then if I run that command again, I get a fifth A. So this can help me keep track of my A's. Very cool. We probably don't actually want to have like just a list of infinite A's. Instead, we probably want to like store each letter as like a score or something. That might be easier, actually. Instead of having like all of these virtual storages. You know what? Actually, we're going to toss some code out. Sometimes you have to have an idea and then think it's bad. We need to make a load function. So we're going to make a load function. And we have to do that same thing we did earlier to make a tick function. We're going to copy this, name it load.json, change it to lettercraft load. And this is going to create a bunch of scoreboards, objectives, add lettercraft a dummy. So this is going to create just a temporary like scoreboard to store information. And you guys want to see something real nifty? I was talking about regular expressions earlier, right? We're going to change this to a $sign. And what we can do Control H. we can find anything, any line, right? Like we did before, that has, let's see. Oh, I have to enable regular expressions. There we go. Any line that has a $sign, or no, probably not $sign. We'll replace it with like a pound, I guess. Any line that has a $sign, and I believe there's a way to like do this. No, not that. You're able to like find the thing that you found. Shoot. Regular expressions are confusing, and whenever I don't remember how they work, I just go to regex. I think it's called regex101.com. You can do like select every single line that has stuff in it, and then has a pound. So if I have like tests pound, wait, no, I'm doing this so wrong. If we have like an A, a B, a C, a D, an E, an F, and a G, okay, we're gonna find every line, okay, that has a value after it, and we're gonna replace it with, where's the replace thingy? Substitution, there we go. We're gonna replace it with that value, right? Tests? Does that work? No. Pattern error? How does this work again? How do you like substitution? It's just there's no parentheses. It's just this. That? Contents in capture group 1. Contents in capture /G1 kind of. Oh boy. You know what? Like I said, I get confused by regular expressions sometimes. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna copy this, okay? Just this part, not the part that says dummy. We'll do this in a second. We're gonna type out every single letter of the alphabet, and we're just gonna do this. H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y and Z. And for every letter of the alphabet, we're going to replace the beginning of the line with this. Does that work? Yeah, that works perfectly. And then we're going to replace the end of the line with space dummy. I was overcomplicating this. Now we've created a scoreboard for every single letter. Cool. And now if we load the game, reload the game, then there should be scoreboard player set at S lettercraft. Yeah, so now I have a scoreboard for every single letter. That's way simpler than whatever nonsense I was doing before. Okay. Cool. We have a scoreboard for every single letter. Let me clean up all my tabs up here. I love VS Code. You have tabs of all the files you've opened. So convenient. So now when I get a letter, I want it to just give me whatever letter I have, right? Like as a scoreboard. You know, we don't need to test this right now. I think what matters more right now, more than anything, is we need to construct that dynamic menu. Like I can just like manually give myself letters for now. We need to make this dynamic menu. How are we going to make a dynamic menu? Well, it's going to be a little annoying. Spelling menu init. That's why it's an init. We're going to construct out of the letters we have. So we're going to data modify storage lettercraft temp all dot a set value. Ooh, actually, you know what? Here's what we have to do. Set. I don't think we can do like set from score. So we have to execute store result storage lettercraft temp all.a int 1 run scoreboard players get at s lettercraft a. Cool. So this is basically going to convert the scores we have that store our letters into a data temporarily, like a data storage just temporarily. And actually we should do like execute if scores at s lettercraft a matches at least 1. Like we have to at least have 1 a stored, right? If we have at least 1 a, then store the number of a's we have into temporary storage. And we have to do that for every single letter. So now I actually have to go back to figuring out those regular expressions. So if we have a value, we want to just find a value. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We want to find a value and we want to replace it with let's just look it up. Substitution regex, regular expression. Someone's got to have like an explanation of this. So substitute, like a simple way to explain it. I don't know what this is. I just accepted some terms and conditions, just sold all my data to someone. Okay. Back reference. So if we, in the regex pattern D, it finds a digit as a group, a digit as a second group, and a digit as a third group. Okay, so the groups are like parentheses. So like if I have this in parentheses, then that's a group. See, now it's green. Okay, cool. And now if I do 1, oh, look at that. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So now I can copy this big thing I just created for the letter A, all right? And we'll go back to our regular expression thing. And we'll paste that in here, and we'll replace every instance of the letter A with this like $1 thing. Like this. Okay. And see, now it's creating it for every single letter. Perfect. So now I can just H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Now I can just copy all of this for into VS Code. So cool. And we can just easily store the letters we have from the scoreboard to data storage. And data storage, like I said before, for no reason, because we ended up throwing away the entire system, it's convenient because we could use it with macros. So now we have the letters we have, as well as the amount of each of those letters we have. So we're going to do execute if data storage lettercraft temp all.a. Then we're going to add a new value to our dialog. Let's actually pop back over to our dialog generator to explain what I mean. So this dialog is just a bunch of text, but this text can be whatever we want. It can be a, let's see, what is it? It can be a text object. And text objects are interesting because we can just like create them dynamically. So I want this to be a list, okay? So our message here is a list of text objects. This one is A times 2. We're going to actually just make it bold and make it like, I don't know, enumerated. We're going to make it like, our letters are going to be green because I like green. And in our little inline dialog here, see how this is kind of the same format as like data storage? What we can do is for every single one of our like letters we have, we can like add a new value to our data storage that is one of the letters. Okay, I'm really fumbling through my words, but like, oh wow, I have Discord notifications on. Nice. Turn those off. And I lost my train of thought. Let's pop back over to VS Code. If data storage, blah, 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 we want to recreate this right here, this contents field, okay? This is going to be like the dynamic part of our menu. This is going to be the list of everything, of all the letters. So we're going to say all dot, if we have an A value, then we're going to run data modify storage letter temp all dot contents set value. I guess it would be like text equals a, or no, it's going to be not a set value, append value, because it's a list. See, that's what the square brackets means. It's a list. Append value text a times however much we have. I guess I have to remember the format of that. Let's pop back over to Minecraft. Tell raw at s text equals a storage equals what is it? Something temp. Lettercraft storage equals lettercraft temp nbt equals all dot a. So if I data modify storage lettercraft temp all dot a set value 2, then when I run this text command, it should say a2, except it makes it yellow because of course it does. Interpret false, does that change it? Interpret true. This is a new thing where like it makes it yellow. I forgot they changed that. MC Wiki, help me. What's the tell raw format? The text component format. If you have a score, NBT values, you have. Isn't there? There's a thing like where you can make it like not yellow. It's always yellow for some reason. They've recently added this. It's a thing. Storage block entity separator. Separate. No. Interpret NBT source type. No, that's not necessary. It's called pretty printing. Plain. Okay, I guess it's just not up at the top, but it should be plain. I'll pop it over to Minecraft. So I do plain true. Is that how that works? Plain true. There we go. A times. Oops. So this would show us A times how many A's we have. And then I'll make it color green, bold, true. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay, so that's the format of this. So for every letter A, we want to set this. For every letter, we want this. It's kind of annoying that this is capital because I was doing everything else lowercase. It's fine. We'll figure it out. For now, let's go back to our nifty little regular expression generator thingy. And paste in this command and replace every value with the $1. So if I have an A, then replace all dot contents with this and with this. There we go. How do I just easily select all of this? I guess I can't. Oh yeah, there we go, I can. Back to VS Code. And we'll do this for every single value. And we want these to be capital. Can I just like, is there like a way I know I can like select every single line right here. If I do click here, hold Alt and hold Shift and do this, I can select all of them. Can I then like make them caps lock or something? Is there a, I don't know. I'm just gonna do it manually. Sometimes you just gotta stop trying to find shortcuts and do things this way. Okay. So now we have modified, we have this like temporary data storage of all of the amounts of every letter we have. So now we're going to create a new function called macro.mc function. Or we'll call it dialogue.mc function to actually like create the dialogue. So we're going to move this dialogue command all the way over here to dialogue.mc function. And we're also going to, down here, just do data remove storage, lettercraft temp all, because it's bad to keep temporary storage. It becomes a mess. And we're going to run the dialogue function right here that we just created. And this dialogue function is going to be with storage, lettercraft temp all. So we'll be able to access all of this information that we just stored, the number of letters we have, and the fact that we like compiled it into a big list of like how many letters we have that should be visualized. I'm realizing, let's see. I'm realizing we need to put spaces between each of them though, right? Like it can't just be A, B, C, A times 2, B times 2, C times 2, because then they're all just going to be squished together. So we need to be able to check if we need to add a space. So if we have B's, and if data storage lettercraft temp, what is it? Lettercraft temp all dot contents. If there is existing contents, then we have to add a space. Run data modify storage. Just copy all of this and replace it with just a single piece of text that is a space that doesn't have any other information. So we don't need that. So if we have a B and there's already a letter stored in the list of letters we have, and we have to add a space, and we have to do this for every single letter. And I think I'm just going to do it manually for the sake of... no, I should do this automatically. Work smarter, not harder. Okay? Work smarter, not harder. You got to work smarter, not harder. Okay, so for every single one of these, we also need this and a new line. /n is a new line. That's like an enter. And we have to just go over here to where it's the letter and replace it with 1. Okay, now we can go back to VS Code and copy this back over. We don't need it for the A. I don't have to keep it for the letter A. Wow, our code is so much longer now. I will remove it for the letter A because it's not necessary. And then I have to go back in and make all of our things capital again. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. This is so exciting. Welcome to kindergarten, everybody. U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay. Now, all of this repetitive code should now successfully create a dynamic menu for us. And if we run this dialog thing with all, which is all of this data, and we replace contents with, right here, contents with our macro, so we insert that data that we just had, right? Now, if I pop back over, this is the moment of truth, everyone. Watching me typing stuff leading up to something. Now if I right-click on a crafting table, it opens up this menu that... Okay. Very strange. Oh, right, because I guess if I don't have any letters, it's just not going to work. So, let's see. So then I guess if we run all of this and it's still empty, so execute unless data storage lettercraft temp all dot contents. So unless there's a single thing in our contents, we're going to change it to this. You have no letters. Italic equals true. Will that make a difference? You have no letters. There we go. Cool. So now if I do scoreboard objectives add at s, or scoreboard players add at s, lettercraft a 1, and we keep doing it. It's not successfully showing how many we have. Drat. Why is that? Is it because we're removing the data too soon? Let's find out. Let's just not remove the data. You can actually just put a hashtag at the beginning of something to like disable the code. So we're not going to disable this. We're not going to remove it yet. Let's try again. No, it still isn't showing it. Okay, that's a problem. Let us pop it back over here. So that means we're not successfully storing the amount. If our score letter is store. Okay, well, what we can do is we can go back in game and we can run data get storage lettercraft temp all.a. It's a 5. So why is it not working? Very weird. So I have all.a of 5. But then we go back over here. Actually, let's go back into Minecraft. We can read the contents. All.contents. So it's putting nbt all.a storage lettercraft temp plain 1b. Is this not spelled right? All.a. What if I just do tell raw at s? nbt is all.a. Storage is lettercraft temp. That works here. It doesn't work in the dialog though. Huh. Well, that's no good. How weird. How strange. Is it because our dialogue pauses the game? No, that doesn't make any sense. This is not clocking to me. Let us go back to the game. We're going to clear all our data because it's a mess right now, right? Let's just run this. Open this once. And then read this data. It is successfully showing the A, not showing that. Function dialog with storage, lettercraft temp all. So this is what we're using to open it, and it doesn't want to show us the data get storage lettercraft temp all. It doesn't want to show us the amount we have. This is frustrating. Peculiar, very peculiar. Oh, okay. Very peculiar, very peculiar. Let's think on this. Let's think on this. It looks correct. I mean, is it because we have the plain 1 in it? Like, you know how we put plain 1b? Does that not work in dialogues or something? I mean, it seems to work here. Right? Works perfectly fine in the chat. Baffling. Truly baffling, everyone. Truly baffling. I don't know. Let's try to just get rid of every instance of plain true and just see if something changes. I don't think it will, but you know, at this point, nah, not doing it for me. Not doing it for me. We're gonna add back this data remove storage because I don't think we need it right now. I don't think it's really enlightening us, and it's just making a mess of my menus. Okay. Let's see. It's showing this part. Okay. Not showing this part. What if I just made it the number instead of it being like this whole object? What if it's just the number? Is it like ignoring the second half or something? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's like ignoring the second half or something. So now if I open this, nah, it doesn't want to do it. It doesn't want to do it. Well, now let's test if it's because it's pausing the game. That could be it. I don't know. How do you change it again? I think it's like pause false, right? You literally just put pause 0 in your dialogue. Easy peasy. Anymore when I open this thing? No, it doesn't make a difference either. Is it because it's not because we're removing the storage, because we kept the storage, remember? It's not because you're removing the storage, because it's right there. A is 5. Huh. In fact, I bet if I just changed this to have A right there, it would put a 5 in the title, wouldn't it? So if I go over here now and I reload this, and open this up, no, it doesn't. Do I need to somehow like convert it from a number to a piece of text or something? I'm confused. I'm very confused. I'm super confused. Huh. How strange. How strange. I love hitting a wall. I love just completely hitting a wall. Spell item 5 test. Oh, no. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. It does put the number there. Interesting. For some reason. Let's pop back over to Misso's website. So you can create a list of lists, right? That's not absurd, right? Your contents can be a list of lists. And that's what I want in my case. I want it to be a list that has A times, and then it has another piece that is a storage lettercraft temp nbt all.a. Okay. That's not crazy, right? Or source? What is source? Source storage. Wait, what? Huh. Here's what's going to help us understand. Okay, we're going to create code. Read the text that we have in storage to us. All right. And we're going to replace the thing that shows It's not doing it. Uh, is it not valid to do something like this? Oh, we've hit a wall. Minecraft and do this little test one more time. Okay, we'll do this. Data get storage, lettercraft temp. There's a contents right there. Function, tell raw, or lettercraft. Oh wait, whoops. I know why the tell raw did. Of course. What was I thinking? That says 5.5 right there. You see that? It says 5.5. It's working. It's working. Reload. Remove all the data. And then we'll do this again. And look at that. It says it right there in the chat. But then if we change it to a dialogue. Pop back over to Minecraft. Remove the data. Do the same thing. Doesn't show the number. Doesn't show the number. Someone let me know at some point that my audio disappeared in VS Code. Not sure how that happened. My bad, everybody. That's not good. This is really giving like first stream vibes, isn't it? Not great. Not great. Okay. So why wouldn't it be showing in the dialogue? It's the same format, right? If I pop back over to the Misode website, same format. It's like this. 2 square brackets. I'm starting to think that maybe you just can't read storages in dialogues. I think that might literally just be it. I think that's literally the problem. You cannot read storage from a dialogue. So what we're going to have to do... Oh man, how's this going to work? What we're going to have to do, okay? This is really annoying. Is we're going to have to add each of these on a separate line, I think, with a separate function. Okay? So we're going to do this. We're going to do append letter quantity .mc function. Okay? And what this is going to do is literally going to... Here we go. Run. So if I have an A, run function append letter quantity with storage lettercraft temp all dot A. Ooh, see, this is where it gets funny because now... Oh, shoot. We have to change the format of this. We have to change this to A dot quantity. Okay, look at this. We'll change it to count because count is shorter than quantity. So we have to actually like keep track of the number of letters we have separately from the number from the letter itself. Put user in timeout. We love spamming. Okay. So every time we're going to append the little like A times whatever, the number of letters we have. And then we're also going to append, we're going to run the append letter quantity thing, which will append this. Data, copy this in. Data modify source lettercraft temp, all that contents, append value, and the value is going to just be the count. This should work, I think. I'm inclined to believe this should work. Does that mean I'm right? No. But it means I think it should work. We're going to call this append letter count. I don't like the word quantity. Get it out of here. Okay, so now for every function, we have to test if something existed before and add a space if it did, and then we have to add the letter, and then we have to add the quantity of that letter. Oh man. So now we'll copy this. We'll go back to our little regular expression builder thingy. Paste it all in here. Replace every instance of B with the little $1. Have to add little new lines so it's actually works. $1. Wish there was a way to make lower cases into upper cases. I'll bet there is. Regex make uppercase. All following cases to be upper. We'll turn on. Okay, /u/e. Okay, there we go. That's what we needed. /u/e. Look at that. Code that makes code. We love it. So this should work for every single letter of the alphabet, I think. Okay, execute if data storage all.a, add a space. If data storage all.a, modify all.contents, append value. We want to change the append value actually. We only want it to append this part. Actually, I might come to regret that. No, we'll leave it. We'll make it like this. And if I have to change it later, I'll change it later. Okay, copy this, bring it back over to VS Code, and we're just gonna slot it in right here. That is so much longer now. We don't need a space at the beginning. Okay, this, I hesitate to say this should just work. We'll find out. What do you know? What do you know? It doesn't just work. Data get storage lettercraft temp. It did not successfully do the appending part. Huh. Pat back over to VS Code. Run this data remove command again. Run this again. Oh wait, did that just work? Did it just work after I cleaned up the storage? I think it did. Look at that. It says A times 5, so it knows I have 5 A's. And if I scoreboard players add S lettercraft D 1, now it knows I have 1 D. Oh, perfect. Guys, we're spelling. We have letters. Now I can it shows me how many letters I have. Oh, that took us far too long, didn't it? Okay. Now, here's where it gets annoying. Now we need to make it so when we click on these letters, it starts spelling something, okay? This is where it gets interesting. So, to make something clickable, we have to give it a click event. Click event, something like, what is it? It's like click event? No, oh, it's not. It's very confused because I'm not using a tell raw. Okay, tell raw at s text equals test click event equals action equals run command, and we want that command to be trigger lettercraft spell A. So that's going to be, we're going to have to make a new one of these. A new scoreboards for every single letter that are used for triggering commands. So the annoying thing with dialogues is the fact that they run commands as the player. So if you don't have operator permissions, you can't run them. But any player can run the trigger command. But the trigger command requires that you have a scoreboard for every single trigger. So now we have to go back to our funny little regular expression generator where we have all of our letters and do scoreboard objectives add lettercraft spell A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, blah, 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 dummy. And then we have all of those. Pop back over to VS Code. And let's see. Now I also have to make sure every time we open up the dialogue, they get activated. So triggers only work if they're activated for you. So we have to also do this. This function is so long because it's for every letter of the alphabet. Trigger scoreboard players enable at s lettercraft A. So we'll do that for every single letter again in our regular expression thingy. Lettercraft A, copy that over, pop back on over to VS Code, paste that in here. So we enable all of the triggers. Wait, no, it's not lettercraft A, it's lettercraft spell A. But of course, sorry, lettercraft spell A. Okay, back to VS Code. Paste those in. Okay, we enable all of these. So now, I got rid of my tell raw for some reason. S text equals tests click event equals action equals run command equals trigger append a letter, no, trigger what is it? I already forgot. Lettercraft spell A. So we want this to happen every time you click on the A. And it also needs to trigger for if you click on the number though, which is kind of frustrating because the way this works right now is it doesn't know what the letter is unless we also store it somehow. Shoot. Execute if it's data storage letter all.a run data modify storage lettercraft temp all.a dot character set value A, and then do that for every letter. Oh boy. Okay, all.a run did for d. Okay, copy all of that, pop back on over to VS Code, paste all that in, and now whenever we click on that, we want to copy this click event for clicking on our letters. Go back over here, add it here, and just put this here, character. So now if we click on the thing, it should trigger a thing. And in order to test for that, we're going to create another new folder. It's been a while since we made a new folder in this video, huh? Predicate, we're going to create a predicate. A predicate basically is a way to test for stuff. What is our predicate? It's going to be spell click. I don't know, something like that. Condition, any of, terms, value check, value, object, type, score, target, this, score, letter, craft, spell A. We don't need a scale, range, minimum of 1. This is a very, very complicated way of saying if if we have the score for clicking on the button, then this checks. A predicate is basically just a thing that says, check, did this pass, yes or no? I'm putting all this on one line, so I can just really easily do my same thing again of doing it for every single letter with my fancy regular expressions. So if I have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, blah, 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 blah. And we'll put commas at the end of all of them because we need commas at the end of all of them. Pop back on over to VS Code. Paste it all in. It doesn't look totally... there we go. So now for every letter through A through Z, this predicate will check if I have any of these letters. And every tick, execute if predicate, execute as at A if predicate, spell click. And I need to start typing stuff, comments in my code. Commenting your code is so important. It's probably the biggest recommendation I'd give. I'm so bad at it. You need to explain what your code does. So this part of the code places back crafting table to boot players out of the crafting menu. That's what this part does. This part opens the spelling menu for players after 1 tick of interacting with a crafting table. Especially if you have like one file that has multiple purposes, like the tick function. It's really important to do this. And this is going to be identify what letter the player has selected. If predicate spell click, so if you've clicked one of your letters, run function spell. We'll have to make a new thing. We're going to delete player storage. This is a whole temporary thing that we made earlier that just isn't useful anymore. I should probably show you what just the fact that something has worked so far, but I'm getting there. Spelling menu. We're going to add a new folder called spell. And call it add letter.mc function, and then we're going to call it say hi test and do scoreboard objectives, scoreboard players reset at s lettercraft a scoreboard players enable. Actually, I don't need to do the enable here. I did the enable in the other thing. So we'll do this once again, regular expression for every single letter of the alphabet, just to automatically generate our code for us. Back to VS Code. Paste that in. So we're going to reset all of our spelling letter. I once again messed up. It's spell. Reset all those back to 0. So that way, when we're over here in Minecraft, reload, open our code, something broke very clearly. Whoopsie. Something's broken. I must have just broken my tick function. Oh, I didn't do this. Add letter. There we go. Now I'll go back to Minecraft. Reload. Okay. I click this. You can only trigger objectives that are trigger type. Oh, I didn't make them trigger types. I made them dummy types. Whoopsie. Go back over here to VS Code. Back to our load function that created all of these. See all of these dummies? Get rid of the dummies. Make them triggers. Easy peasy, although we now have to remove all of them. So we're just going to temporarily add this code to remove them. Like this, remove. We don't need all of these. Multi-line editing is so cool. Again, you can click somewhere, hold Alt, hold Shift, click somewhere else, then you have multiple cursors and you can type on every single line. Very useful. Reload. Click, high test, high test. Look at that. Now we can click on the letters that we have. So we want to make these actually add them to our lists of letters. We want to make them actually like form a word at the top though every time. And we also need to make it like remove one of our letters. So we'll pop back over to VS Code. We also so I guess we also have to make like a temporary storage for our letters for whenever we've started spelling them. We have this is lettercraft A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever. This is the letters we actually have obtained. This is the triggers just to actually activate like spelling. And then we're going to have, for every single one, lettercraft active. So, like, if we move a letter, so if we go back over here, if we move a letter from the bottom to the top, like if I hit A to add it to my list of letters, it's going to be like D-I-A-M-O-N-D. When if I take the D and put it here to spell the word diamond, this should go from 4 to 3. So we need to temporarily store the letters I have up here at the top, or something like that. Or maybe instead of temporarily storing them as we'll store them as like scoreboards. That just seems like the easiest thing to do. Active, yeah. So we'll just make these new things called active. So we add a letter. This should be at the end. Execute. If also I notice it closes the dialog whenever we click on something. I don't want that to happen. So let's pop back over to Missode's website. See, there's a way to like make it not close the game after action. None. So nothing happens when we click something. The only way to close this should be to hit escape, just like a real crafting table. So we're going to add that to our dialog. After action, none. So now if we go back to Minecraft, when I click on these, it shouldn't do anything, right? Right. Cool. I guess I just proved myself wrong, though. I have to reactivate those objectives for sure. I have to reactivate all of these like triggers to click the things whenever we append a letter, apparently. So execute if score at s lettercraft spell a matches at least one. So if this is 1 dot dot, that means at least 1. If we've clicked on the A, then we're gonna run function. I guess we'll have to do. What is this? Lettercraft spell form. Actually, you know what? We have to reformat this. Instead of doing spell add letter, we're going to create a folder called add letter. Spell add letter init, just like we did before. Init starts the process. And whenever we have that, we can do spell add letter init. We're going to do spell add letter macro. We'll just call it macro for now. I might have to rename it later. And And we'll do one of these for every letter once again. Oh, with, actually no. Instead, you can do with storage to make it with a storage for the macros, but you can also do curly braces and do letter A like that. So now let's go back to our fancy regular expression thingy. Replace the A with every letter of the alphabet. I can technically do the regular expressions in VS Code now, actually. I don't know why I keep coming back here. Oh, I guess it's because I already have the letters laid out here, A through Z, so it's just kind of easier to do it like that because of the specific thing I happen to be doing. And this function will have to do a new dialog for us, right? So it's going to have to reopen the dialog we already have, but add a bit at the top, right? So we're going to have to... this is getting messy. I need to close a bunch of stuff and reopen it. So we're going to in our macro, we're going to do scoreboard object players add at S letter active A 1. We're going to do scoreboard players remove at S letter A 1. And then we're going to reopen. Well, we'll have to like run a function to like update the dialog to have the word at the top. We'll do function, I don't know, we'll call it lettercraft spell update dialog, something like that. I have no idea how this is going to work yet. We're just going to figure it out. So this is going to add 1 to our active letters and remove 1 from our like stored letters. And then reopen the dialog. And for now, we'll just make reopening the dialog literally just run spelling the spelling menu init thing again. Just for now, just for testing. And we'll replace this with our macros for letter, right? Letter. Okay, cool. So now if I go back over here, type /reload, and I click on this, yeah, look, see now my letter is going down. The number of A's I have is going down because I'm just adding letters to the word. You have no letters. What a shame. I'll also have to add a button to like reset, won't I? Like to clear the word. Yeah, we'll get to that point. And whenever I close the menu, can I test if I have the open? I guess not. So I guess, you know what I should do? Just for my convenience. Every time you open this thing, it should just have whatever word you had last time. So that way I don't have to worry about like testing if the player has the menu open or not. So honestly, this makes sense for the update dialog to just open the menu again. Instead of like doing something else. We can actually just remove update dialog in that case. So, and we should add to the dialog thing like whatever your active word is. So now we have to add that player storage thing back again. Spell, we'll add it under the spell thing, active word. So when we open the dialog, okay, actually no, when we click on a letter, we want to do this. Function spell active word, function lettercraft spell active word append letter A. Or I guess in this case it'll just be letter, right? So we're going to create a new function in active word called append, empty function, that will add this letter to the player's individual storage of whatever word they last were in the middle of spelling. Data. Let's see. Append data modify storage lettercraft active word all UUID is my UUID. Modify storage lettercraft active word all UID UUID. Dot active word append value letter. Now we have a bit of a problem here because we didn't actually get my UUID at any point. So what we're going to have to do is back here and add letter. This is tricky. This is tricky. We'll have to make a new temp thing. Data modify storage lettercraft temp. Let's see. All dot UUID set from entity at SUUID. And then data modify storage all dot append letter set from entity set value letter like we did before with the little macros. And then we'll run this function with storage lettercraft temp all, and then we'll data remove storage lettercraft temp all. So now we will append to our active words whatever letter we just clicked on. We'll put it in our active like word count, and player scoreboard players remove at s lettercrafts, and we'll remove it from our like stored count. This is so confusing. I'm so sorry, guys. So we'll add to our active word that letter. Sure. Okay. Easy. I wish I could somehow easily make it capital though. That's kind of the annoying thing, is that like I'm using lowercase letters a lot here. But I want the spelled word to be capital, you know? So I'll have to do something like convert it to capital later. For now, I'll let it be lowercase. So now we're going to go back to this thing that like creates our menu, and we're going to make it also show our active word at the top. So all of this shows like what letters we have, but we also need to show here. Let's see. We need to show here execute if function. So if the player has an active word. Okay. Here's what we'll do. If the player has an active word, execute if function spell active word has test. And we'll create this function real quick. So we need to make a function to test whether or not the player has an active word. We'll have to do test init and test macro. I hate having to do this. Macros with player storage just feel like they create so many unnecessary files. Test init. There we go. function macro active word test macro with entity at SUU, or with entity at S, and then execute if data entity at S, or no, execute if data storage lettercraft temp all UUID is my UUID. And did I spell that right in the last one? Append? Yeah. Dot active word 0. So if there's at least one letter inside of the active word, run return 1. Okay. Oh, not in temp. We want it in active word. Right? Yeah. So confusing. Okay, execute if function test run say hi. Okay. But then if I do this, oh, whoops, something's not working again. Let's remove this for now. Now if I open this, I have no letters. Okay, scoreword objective add, or scoreword players add at SA. 1. Now I have some A's. And if I do this, now I should have an active word. So let me run that test I just did again. Data get storage lettercraft. Ah, man, something's not working. I must have not done something right. Okay, add letter, right? Macro. Oh, I spelled this wrong. That would be it, probably, if I were to guess. Okay, I have active word. Okay, so I have this test now that should test if I have an active word. If I have an active word, run return 1. I guess we'll have to do this. Run data modify storage. What is it? Lettercraft temp all dot bool set value 1 true. Set value 1. Execute if data storage lettercraft temp all dot bool all bool is 1. Run return 1. Let me just first remove this data remove storage all dot bool. Okie dokie. Does this finally work? Yes. So if I have an active word, it runs the command. But if I don't have an active word, like I remove everyone's active words, then it doesn't successfully go off. Perfect. Okay. So if the player has an active word, now I can run a command. So if I have an active word, run I guess I'll have to make a new function called like add active word or something like that. Display active word, something like that. And we'll make it its own folder. Give it an initialize function. Okay, run function display active word initialize with entity at S. And then what we're gonna do Actually, we can just display active word, I think, right? Get active word. Actually, okay. Let's stay organized here. We're making a lot of unnecessary stuff. Let's put get active word over here. Active word, and we'll make something called get.mc function, okay? Data, modify storage, lettercraft temp, all.active word, set from storage. Datacraft active words. Is it active words or active word? I think it's active word. Active word, all UUID is my UUID dot active word. So every time this is called with me, it'll get my active word. Whatever I'm in the middle of spelling. Active word get. Execute if I have an active word, then run active word get. And if I have an active word, run data, modify storage, all.contents. Whoops. Let's see. Actually, hold on for a second. Because we want this active word to appear above all of our clickable letters, right? Data, modify storage. We'll just do it this way. Prepend value, and this value is going to be like let's see. Whew. Right, we can't read from storage in a dialog though. We learned that back here and it was really annoying. Okay. Right. So what we'll have to do is make this its own like function as well, and we'll call it display active word. So we will have a display active word function after all, because these things are so confusing. Run function display active word. With storage, lettercraft temp all. And we'll do data, modify storage, lettercraft temp, all.contents, prepend, value, and that value is going to be a piece of text. The text is our active word. And it's not going to be green, it's going to be yellow. Color is yellow. And we don't need it to be bold. It doesn't got to be bold. Bold is too fancy, but underline. Right? How do you do underline? Oh, well, this is the tell raw, so I'm just going to guess it's underline true. I'm pretty sure it's underline true. And this should work, I think. And we'll do 2 /n/ns, \n. That's a new line, so that should put space between them. So if I have an active word, it should add the active word to the beginning of the text. I think this should technically just work, actually. Oh, right, we didn't make it a macro. That's important. Go back over here. Make it a macro, of course. And also I noticed that the you have no letters text is not the right color. So I guess we have to force it to be a specific color because it adopts the color of whatever text came before. Fun fact about tell raws. Data, get, storage, entity, active word. It's not displaying my active word, though. I can't help but to notice. Interesting. Let's just do a test. If I do say active word like this, does it work correctly? No, it doesn't think I have an active word, or something broke. So this you guys didn't get to see that. I keep having the wrong window open, so it's not showing my active word that I'm trying to spell. So something's wrong here. So an active word get data modify storage lettercraft temp all dot active word set from storage lettercraft active word all UID dot active word. Interesting. Append to the active word all UUID dot active word append value blah blah blah. Oh, you know what this is? I just realized. This is because this is not right. Okay, so this is because this is a got it. Okay. Check this out. This might actually fix it. This is going to look so confusing and weird, but this might actually work. I think our problem is that... No, that didn't work. Data get storage, active word. What if I just do this? Does this work? Just make it say test. Let's just at least confirm that like that code to display that text is working. No, it's not. Okay. Something is wrong. So does this work? This thing that tests if I have an active word. It does. So the thing that tests if I have an active word is working. Is the text is the command that tests like stores the active word working? Data get storage lettercraft temp. No, it's not. Okay, so the thing that actually stores the active word is not working. Run fun. Oh, with entity at s. What a fool am I? Okay. So this should now work. Actually, this should now just work. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there you go. Shows my active word, just like that. Easy peasy. And then scoreboard objective oh whoops. Hey, look, I showed the light map. Scoreboard players add at s lettercraft A1. Get a bunch of A's, get some D's, get some F's. Now if I open this up, look at that. I can just like add letters. Although they're kind of hard to click. You see this? Oh, the D isn't working. Oh. Have I messed something up? I did. Okay, I didn't make the actual letters themselves click. Look at this. We can spell, though. We can spell. We can finally spell with my spelling table. But this clear something's broken here. So the click event. Yeah, I didn't add this click event to every single letter. Whoopsie. Okay. So I guess we'll just copy this again and run a regular expression again over on our regular expression website. Very fun. I'm getting pretty tired of, of coming over here. Can I make the box bigger to type in or something? I know my use case is quite niche, but run data mouse u/u. We learned earlier you can make stuff uppercase with a regular expression. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you gotta check out the beginning of this video. Watch the whole 2 hours again. I don't remember when I mentioned regular expressions. If data storage. We're using code to generate code right now, guys. That's what a regular expression is. So cool. Execute if data storage. Wait, what? Why does it say B? I must have accidentally grabbed an extra line. Oh, I goofed up. We'll copy this again and do it for B, because B is the one that has everything in the right order. So there's 3 lines. Add a space. add the letter, and then add the count. Okay. B, I replace every instance of B with a little 1 thingy. Okay. Oh, da, 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 da. That adds the space. This adds the letter. We use \U\E to make it uppercase. And then in this, it triggers a command. And then this adds another new line. And then this changes the letter to A through Z. Then this changes the letter to A through Z. And that should be it. Back to VS Code. Replace all of this once again. And we're going to remove the space before the A because it will literally never run. Now all of these should have click events for spelling. Back to Minecraft. If I give myself a bunch of random letters, D, 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 E, 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 L, or I just made a D again, L, 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 L. I open this. Yes, now I can easily just click on L and add it to my word. Oh, so cool, right? Look at that, I can do so much spelling. And now I have no letters. Letters gone. All it took was an insane amount of code. Okay, that's fine. I should probably comment this thing because it's very confusing. It's very big too. So this enables triggers to be for clicking on letters. This, what does this do? Stores player's letter count in data storage. This this is annoying. Sets the character of each stored letter for use in macros. That's really annoying. This builds dialogue text component for clickable letter pad. This fallback if player has no letters to spell with. This display current active word. Perfect. Now we also need a reset button that if the player has an active word, we also need to put a reset button, right? To reset whatever your active word is. So like right here below the word should be like just the word reset. Okay. Whoops, let me go back to Minecraft to show you. So this is our active word, and below it should be a reset button that just like takes this active word and spits it back into letters we can type with. And that should actually, I think that should be easy. So if I have an active word, display reset button if player has active word. Actually, this is a little funny, but we should do the displaying of the reset button before we display the active word because we're doing what's called a prepend, which puts something at the beginning of a list. Function. This should actually be pretty easy. Let me just copy this over. Data modify storage. Okay, run data modify storage letter cards all the prepend value, and that value is just going to be like we're just going to copy this thing that we use to make a clickable thing. Reset, and the color is going to be light gray, and the bold. It's not going to be bold. It's just going to be italic true. And let me just make sure this is a good format for telraw. Telraw at S. This light gray is not a good option. Okay, what is a better option? Gray, light gray. That's what I just wrote. Light gray. All right, sure. Then we will trigger. Let me just do this. Reset. Oh, whoops. I included the telraw at s part. So it's italic. I guess it should be underlined. Underline true. Quick event, run command trigger, lettercraft, reset, active word. So we'll have to make a new scoreboard for that. And we also have to make sure it has, let's see. So this thing, we're only going to put one new line after it, I guess. And this thing's going to have 2 new lines after it to make the right spacing. For some reason, it doesn't look like this has the right number of squigglies. Why is this getting mad at me? Oh, because there's not a this thing here. There we go. Okay. So let's make a new scoreboard for resetting the active word. Scoreboard objectives, add lettercraft, reset active word, trigger. Oh, whoops. No, space trigger. There we go. And we're going to enable that every single time we open the menu. Enables triggers. We're just going to enable triggers for clicking letters and resetting. Scoreboard, players, enable, s, lettercraft, reset active word. So that way we can run trigger, lettercraft, reset active word. Here, if we want to reset our active word, and we'll make a different predicate. We'll do an inline predicate for resetting the active word. So we're going to just grab this thing, and we're going to, in the tick, reset player's active word, execute as at A if predicate, and we can do an inline thing, condition equals, what was it? I don't even remember what it was. It was a value check. Condition, value check, and then, oh, I can just paste this in. It's a whole thing. There we go. And that the score is going to be lettercraft, reset active word. Reset active word. Okay, so if we have, I don't like all the spaces in this. It feels like it's just a waste of vertical space. Actually, I love to do this. Check this out. We're gonna highlight it, hit Control H. We're gonna replace all the instances of Minecraft : in this selection with nothing, and we're gonna replace all the instances of quotation marks in this selection with nothing. Because you can do that. It's getting really confused right now. Why is it not letting me select this? Is it because I have the Control H menu open? Yeah. Okay. Find this in selection. Replace it. No more quotes. Whoops. Hold on, there we go. Replace all quotes with nothing. Why is it not replacing all of them? Because it doesn't think I have the whole thing selected? Come on. Select the whole thing. In selection, find this, and replace it with nothing. There we go. That was a waste of time. I just like when predicates are smaller, okay? Because they don't need all of the quotes and the Minecraft colons, and technically that's more correct. But when you do them inline like this, it becomes less readable. Okay, as at A, if predicate, lettercraft reset word. Then we're gonna make a new folder over here called reset and init.mc function. We have so many init.mc functions, and maybe it gets confusing, but run function init, or reset init. Okay. With entity at s. And then this thing. We want to do this. In reset, we're going to remove data remove storage active word. Just get rid of it. We don't have an active word anymore. And then we want to scoreboard players operation at s lettercraft A plus equals at s lettercraft active A. So we're basically taking all of our active letters and adding them back to our stored letters. Okay? And we'll just do that for every single letter. So we'll go back to our fancy regular expression generator, the code that generates code. Put $1 into each of these. And do this. Go back to VS Code. Paste it all in. I copied the wrong thing. Go back to our regular expression generator. Copy all of this. Back to VS Code. Paste it all in. And then we need to do scoreboard players reset at S. Lettercraft active A. So we'll also go back to our regular expression generator, the code that generates code, and do this here as well. Copy all of that, back to VS Code, paste it all in. Cool. So this should reset our active word, and then we want to reopen that menu again, right? So once we've reset the active word, just open the menu again. Should that just work, actually? Hold on a second. All right, something's not opening for some reason. I probably forgot to do something. In the thing that creates the menu. Display reset button if player has active word. Why is that not working? What have I broken? So if I have an active word, prepend that. Ooh, I broke something really badly. Was it something about adding the reset button? Broke it. Oh, that shocks me because the reset button is so basic. Okay, if I have the function active word, then modify all.contents, prepend this piece of text. Is this piece of text invalid or something? So it breaks the dialogue. Let's see. Tell raw at s this. Oh yeah, it's somehow invalid. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Why is it invalid? Okay. Is it because underline is not correct or italic? Light gray isn't the color? Yes, light gray isn't the color. So it lied to me again. I can do gray, and I can do dark gray. That's literally it. It didn't work because light gray is not a color. I thought it told me light gray was a color. I don't know. Confusing. Whatever. Let's see if this works now. I have a reset button. I click it. I get all my letters back. Look at that. Although my clicking the letters doesn't seem to work anymore. I broke something. Click event. Lettercraft spell Z. Tick. Spell add letter in it. Ooh, what did I break here? Uh-oh, I have a lot of things here. Oh, I know exactly what's wrong. I forgot to reset the players. So when the player hits the reset button, it needs to scoreboard players reset at S, reset active word. So it's basically just getting stuck resetting me. See this? So I gotta leave the game and then rejoin. I've broken it. There we go. So now if I spell a letter and hit reset, I get all my letters back. Perfect. Look at that, guys. We're spelling. We're doing spelling. I'm noticing my reset button and my first of all, the reset button's hard to read, so I'm gonna make it white. But also, let's see, color, make it white. But also, I just don't like the amount of spacing it has. So we're actually gonna go here, and we're gonna make it so like the active word is not responsible for any of the spacing. The reset button will do all the spacing, because the reset button always exists if there's an active word. And underline isn't working. Italic is working, but underline is not. So clearly something is up. Look at that. When you reset, Keep spelling. It's saying stuff in the chat. I should probably remove that. Let me just search through the whole thing. Where do I say? Yeah, there we go. It's in this command. I also don't like that it shows in the chat when you hit a button. It says trigger or whatever. See that? It says trigger, spell, whatever. Game rule, send command feedback false. Can I just do that? I can. It's not ideal because it's like, you know, people like having their command feedback sent, but we'll make reset gold. Oh, hey. Put user in timeout. Okay. We'll make the reset button yellow, I think. That'll be easier to read. Yeah. I think. Spell. Oh, wait, no. The word's already yellow. Okay. We'll make the reset button. We'll make the reset button yellow, and we'll make the active word aqua. I love aqua. Okay. Letters. Cool. Cool. Nice. I do want to make the. Oh, you guys probably didn't see that. I'm sorry. I was just spelling random nonsense like this. And then I reset it, and I get all my letters back. Very cool. So now what I want to do is... Also, I don't like the flashing. I just realized this flashing that happens, you see when we click the crafting table, I just realized it summons a marker in there. So could we replace the marker with like a block display that's like slightly bigger than the crafting table? Like summon, execute summon block display here. Run data merge entity at s. Block state is name is crafting table. I don't need the quotes. Get the quotes out of here. We don't need quotes. Crafting table transformation equals negative 0.5 negative 0. Oh wait, no, that's not how that works. That's how that works. Translation equals negative 0.5 negative 0.5 negative 0.5. Scale equals 1.01, 1.01, 1.01. Let me test this out. Execute, align, XYZ, positioned, negative 0.5, negative 0.5, 0.5. That probably, yeah, it's going to clip on this side. I thought it might. Slash kill at n. Type equals block display. For anyone joining this late into the stream, I wasn't going to say this too much, but we are making items craftable with letters via spelling. So we're going to have to do negative 0.5, 005. Wait, 05, right? That looks correct. Yeah, that'll like cover it up. Although it's going to be dark, which is annoying. So maybe instead we should make it be on top of the crafting table like this, and it's translated down by 0.5 blocks. Like that. And we should make it, I think, even more subtle like this, putting more zeros, so it's less extra big. Yep, that works. That's what we're gonna do. Something like this. Pop back over to VS Code. So this thing that opens the spelling menu. Every time we interact with the crafting table, it's gonna run this command. Crafting table, letter craft boot. execute summon block display, all that stuff. Okay, execute positioned 0.5 blocks in the air. Summon block display. Tags equals craft lettercraft boot. Lettercraft boot. Boot. Cool. Copy all of this. Put it in every single command block. It looks so unnecessarily complicated for the very simple thing it is designed to do. Bam. Save. Go back over to our ticking function. So execute as at e type equals. Now it's not a marker. Now it's a block display. And it's got to be positioned negative 0.5. So this should have the same effect, but not have the flicker that we've been getting. Right? I mean, we're still getting it. I don't know if that was worth it, actually. It's definitely like summoning a block display for a moment. Like if I were to change this to from crafting table to diamond block, I bet we'll see it. Oh, it's actually not working now. What? What have I done? Oh, I've just totally broken it. Advancement revoke at S. Only lettercraft interact crafting table. Yeah, it only works once now. That's not good. Oh, I once again was on the wrong screen. Sorry, everyone. We're just gonna reset this back to how it was. I don't even think it's really gonna solve our problem that much anyways. And it's clearly creating more problems. And I also want to make it so we are revoking this advancement every time we reload the pack for everybody. Okay, revoke that for everyone. Cool. All right, where were we? I think we were successful actually, weren't we? We've successfully made spelling. Spelling's happened, and we can reset it. Now I'm gonna make the lowercase letters into uppercase letters just because I want them to be uppercase. So whenever we add a letter to our active word, we should do this. Let's see. Okay, so if we want to append a letter to our active word, we need to okay, you know what? Here's what we'll do. After this, we'll do letter and then uppercase, and we'll just make it the uppercase version of the letter. And we'll just do this, and we'll just do it manually again because I don't feel like it's so simple. We don't have to do anything fancy. We can just go through the alphabet. Okay, very cool. So now in this thing, we have append a letter, and we can also have uppercase letter, set it to uppercase. Then in the append function, actually, we can just do this. Just do this. There we go. Simplify. Now this should just work. Yeah? Look at that. Now we have uppercase letters. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so now here comes the complicated part. Just kidding. That was the complicated part. The easy part, the part that I think should be relatively easy, surprisingly, is we need to make it so we can convert our items into letters. Also, we need to give this thing sound effects. Sound effects make me happy. So whenever we click a letter, we need a spelling sound. What's our spelling sound? Play sound. I love the shelf sounds. All of the shelf sounds are nice. What is the swap sound? UI at S, here, volume 1, pitch. Yeah, that's a nice like writing sound, I think. So every time we add a letter, we should play that sound. So spell, add letter, init. I'm going to do this, just play that sound. Or actually, I don't even think we have the player's location yet, so we have to do execute at S run. There we go. Yeah, there we go. And the reset button needs a sound. What's our reset button sound? Play sound, shelf, multi-swap? Sure, multi-swap, swap UI at S, here, volume 1, pitch 0.5. Nah. What about just like the sound of, what's this other shelf sounds? Activate? Deactivate. What does deactivate sound like? UI at S, here, volume 1, pitch 2. Nah, we'll just play it like that. So whenever we reset, active word, reset, execute at S, run, play sound. So now we can spell our word D-E-A-D. Reset it. And currently spell item doesn't do anything. So we're going to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone here. So what I could do is I could manually write out the name of every single item in Minecraft, right? And make it work with this data pack. Or alternatively, what I could do is make the data pack generate it itself from the list of every item, okay? This is going to be surprisingly simple. This is the part that I've already known how it's going to work since the beginning. What we're going to do, we're going to pop on over to Missode's something or other. So Missode, I mentioned him. He's got this cool website that lets you generate everything you need for data packs. Let's pop over to this thing. This is Missode's repository called MC Meta. And MC Meta, it's literally just generating like vanilla files and vanilla information about the vanilla game. And what's cool is that it has a list of every single item. We can use this. How can we use this? Let's copy this, go on over to VS Code. Let us create another folder for the first time in a while. We're going to call it Entity Tags. Is it Entity Tags or Entity Tag? Or is it Tags? Is it Tags and then inside you put Entity Tag? No, it's Item Tag. Fool. What a fool am I. Or is it Items? It's Items. You can tell because the little icon showed up. This is going to be all.json. And we're going to fill it with values, or something's wrong here. Something's not quite working. Is it tag? Tag? Oh, I might not know the format of this properly. Lettercraft? Is it tags item or tag item? I don't know. It seems to be items. Format is not formatting. Is this just going to work? It doesn't seem... I don't know. Regardless, let's just paste all of these in there. That should be enough. This is a list of every item, I think. That should work. Right? I don't know. We'll have to go back to the game and find out. Okay. Execute... let me hold an item. Execute if items entity at s, weapon, lettercraft. Yeah, no, it didn't show up. We'll have to check. Actually, we can go back to Missode's repository for this, with MC Meta repository. We can check the default data of the game to reference and see if we're using the right format. Let's go scroll down. Tags, item. It's tags, item. Okay. So that's what I was messing up. It's tags, item. This should work now, theoretically. Execute if items entity at s, weapon, lettercrafts. Nothing showed up. Something is still wrong. Okay. Is the format not right? Values. Let's look at a vanilla one as an example. That seems to be exactly what I have. That seems to be exactly what I have over here. Strange. Tags. It's yellow for some reason, which is strange. Oh, it's just yellow because sometimes the VS Code extension doesn't... What is this build action? What? Copper trap crafting action? Oh, is this like a bunch of... Oh, it's a list of items from the April Fool's Day update. Okay, so we need to change this to be 26.1. 26.1 data. Or no, 26.1 registries? Yeah, 26.1.1 registries. Okay, let's try this again. Copy all of this, pop back on over to VS Code, and paste it on in. Scroll back to the top, just make it look nice. And now, reload the data pack. Lettercraft all. There we go. Camera will send command feedback. We need to send command feedback back. Send command feedback true. I wish there was a way to that trigger didn't show up in chat. It's very annoying. Very annoying. All right, so now we're able to... We have every single item, right? What we can do with this is whenever the data pack loads, we can run a... We're gonna create a new folder called dictionary. Build a dictionary. Okay. We're going to literally use the data of every item to build a dictionary of what items work. So execute unless data, storage, lettercraft, dictionary, all, run, function, lettercraft, dictionary, build dictionary, init, /init, whoopsie. Quick fix. So if we don't have a dictionary built already, we're going to run a fancy thing to run the dictionary for us. What we're going to do is we're going to force load some random coordinates. People like to choose coordinates outside of the world. In our case, it doesn't really matter that much, but we're just going to choose force load add 60 million or something like that, or whatever. What is valid? Can I even do that? Force load add 60 million. 60 million. Can I do that? Yeah, I can. Is that actually 60 million? No, that's 6 million. That's 6 million for both of them. Okay. Force load remove all. Okay, so force load add. What is it? It's like 59 point something, right? Like, what is the just like the one of the corners of the world? Is it really all I'm looking for? 60 million. 60 million. Invalid position to teleport, but I can obviously go here, right? 6 million, so I can go to 599999999 5999999. What is it, like 8? Something like that? I I don't remember. This is a thing. Or is it 30 million? Oh, it's 30 million. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 30, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So then I can go like 2, TP2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. There we go. This is the corner. Okay. So can I add that? Force load, add this. Yeah, okay. Force load, remove this. Okay, cool. So I can force load add this, and then at those coordinates, what we are going to do is we're going to loot, spawn, here, loot. And we're going to build an inline loot table. And this inline loot table is going to spawn every single item in the game. And it's going to be hilarious. Where's our loot table? Loot table. I just don't remember the format of loot tables, but it's okay because I can just generate it. Entries. It's going to be a tag. That tag is going to be lettercraft all. So if I just run this command in game, I'll show you right now. Loot spawn 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Loot like this. No key expand and map like, oh, whoops, what have I done? Oh, hashtag lettercraft all? Is that what it is? What? No? Oh, this has not worked. No, what? What have I messed up here? What have I messed up here? Lettercraft all? How do you do a tag? Birch logs, right? You can just do lettercraft all. I should be able to just do lettercraft all. Do I need expand? False. Okay, there we go. Lettercraft all. That work? Let's find out. There we go. So it should have spawned all those items here, although it doesn't look like it did. Oh, I didn't spawn them in the right spot. There we go. Yeah, it spawns here. Now we can see it. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, geez. Kill at e type equals item. Okay, so when I run this command, it'll spawn every item in the game in a big pile like that. Why is this important? Well, we're going to then grab... Oh, whoops. Yeah, you guys can't see. There you go. It spawns every item in the game into a big pile at the very corner of the world. You can make out all sorts of stuff in there, can't you? I'm going to pick all this up and just kill all the items. The reason why this matters is because we're going to spawn every item in the world, grab its name, and then we're going to store that in our big dictionary of item names. So actually, I have to go back and grab that command to spawn every item. I don't have it. There we go. Grab it. Put it back over here. And it'll summon every item in the game to one big goofy pile. And then execute. Actually, I should just, you know what? I should just do this execute positioned at this location. So that way I can save a lot of time. Execute. Unless Lettercraft dictionary storage, positioned, like at the far edge of the world. Run. Force load this area. Spawn the loot here. Execute as at e type equals item, distance equals less than 1. Run. So every single one of these needs to get its name. So how do we get the name of an item again? Let's just drop it. Data modify storage. Lettercraft. Tests set from entity at n type equals item. Wait, how does this work again? There's a way to get the name of an item. Oh, you know what it is? Summon text display. Okay, ready for this? It's gonna blow your mind. Summon a text display, and the text of it is a selector, and that selector is at n type equals item. Very goofy, but it gets where's this text display? There, it gets the name of the grass block, right? So we're going to kill this text display, type text display, grab this grass block. Okay, pop over here. So execute as at type equals item, distance is less than 1, run summon text display. Here. Tags equals lettercraft dictionary text. And the text is selector at S. So now every single item is going to summon a text display. And now execute as at type equals text display text. Okay. Right, and then this is the tricky part. This is the tricky part where I have a hack. It's gonna be super cool. So let's do this thing again where we spawn this thing and then we summon the text display that has the name. If we data get entity at n type equals text display, we can see that its text is a translation string, annoyingly, which has, what is it, translate, text.translate. Yeah, that's not an actual piece of text, right? That's block.minecraft.grassblock. But we can, there's a place where that is stored. That information of like what this word is supposed to be is stored somewhere. It is stored, if we pop back over to this repository of information, it is stored here in the MC meta as well, the default vanilla files. So if we once again pop over to 26.1.1 assets, 26.1.1 assets, there we go. We can find Minecraft language, and we're just going to do it in English for now. I wanted, with the way I've designed this, it would not be hard to convert this to also work in other languages, but for now we're just doing it in English. This is every single piece of text in the game, and if we find, we can see block.minecraft.grass, there it is. This is the piece of text we're after. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of this information, okay? I'm going to copy this entire thing, all of the text of Minecraft, and I'm going to put it in its own little thing over here. I'm going to actually put it outside of the lettercraft folder. We're going to call it translate. In this, we're going to add a folder, function, and we're going to add a file that says, it's called translate.mcfunction. Okay? Execute unless data storage translate enus run function or enus anything run function translate create translate instantiate enus. Sure. And what this is going to do, quick fix, just create this function real quick for us. Data modify storage translate enus data merge storage translate enus with this entire thing, every single thing. And what we can do is we can select this entire file and hold Alt Shift and I to select the end of every single line, and we're going to put a backslash at the end of every single line, so that way we can have, this makes it think that it's one long command, okay? So now, this should theoretically work. We have a bunch of like spaces at the beginning, obviously, and it seems that VS Code doesn't like that right now. Can I get rid of those spaces and make it happy? Or will it still stay mad at me? No, it's still mad at me for some reason. Do I need to do this? Or does it just not recognize that these backslashes actually do something? Let's see if this works. Function translate instantiate enus data get storage translate enus. Oh yeah, it works. Block.minecraft.grassblock. So if I do this now, I should get the name of the grass block in a text format, which is surprisingly hard to do. But there we go. So now we're going to do data modify storage. Why am I not getting autocomplete anymore? Did I somehow break Spyglass? I think I did. Let's restart it. I'm going to disable it and restart extensions and enable it. I think I may have made it angry. Yeah, no, I'm not getting autocomplete anymore for some reason. Whoopsie. Not quite sure what I did to anger Spyglass so much. Oh, wait. Is it because... Oh, this is just not in the right spot. I'm a fool. That's why it's not working. I made a folder in the wrong spot. Translate. Data modify storage. Translate out. It's still not looking right, though. Do I need to restart Spyglass again? I've messed something up. There we go. Data translate out. Out. Set from storage. Translate. This is just looking... It's just not auto-completing for me anymore. Translate out, out. Set from storage, enus. And then we have to get the string. Translate. Okay. So now, if we do this, paste this here, now we have a macro command. We can call at any point. Execute as @e type equals text display. Append item name .mc function. Okay, so every text display that has the tag lettercraft dictionary text that is less than a block away, run function append item name to the dictionary, and this is going to do function translate with entity @s text dot. Actually, I think it should be text, right? Because if we get this, data get entity @n type equals text display text dot translate. Yeah, this should just work. So if I just do function translate translate with entity @s text, and then I do data modify storage lettercraft dictionary all append from storage translate out out, and then data remove storage translate out out. That might do something. Data remove. Oh boy, reloading takes a while though. Data remove storage. Oh boy, I've really broken the game, it seems, trying to do that. If we open our tick thing, the game is mad. Oh, I didn't kill every item. That's why. Kill @e type equals item. Kill @e type equals text display. That's why the game got mad. So then the text displays need to kill themselves, and then we need to, in this thing, kill @e type equals item distance equals less than 1. So that should fix that. Although we might already have our dictionary. Data get storage. We don't have our dictionary. Where's our dictionary? Lettercraft's dictionary? No, I didn't create it. Okay, well, is our load function not working? Or does this initialize function just not work? Okay, so the initialize function maybe just isn't working. loot, spawn, loot, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Every single text display, lettercraft dictionary. Did I not spell this right? No, I spelled that right. As every lettercraft dictionary. Let's make the text displays not kill themselves, just so I can make sure they're actually being spawned. Say execute if entity at type equals text display. They did get spawned, that's for sure. They're somewhere over here. Yeah, there they are, all the way up here. Oh yeah, they all got spawned, but they didn't. They did not put the correct text in there. Okay, so then I need to make every item do something a little more specific. I need to make every item run this function instead. And then in that function, build dictionary append item name. We need to summon the text display. Summon text display with entity at n type equals text display tag equals blah blah blah. Data modify storage set from. Okay, and then we need to kill the text display. Okay, so now if we run this, data get storage. I'm still not getting that dictionary. Oh, woof. Okay. Force load, add from, oh man, this is getting so confusing. Execute as at type equals item. Can I make them say hi, just to make sure that they're doing something? Reload. Every single item said hi in the chat. Okay, cool. So they're doing something. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm foolish. I forgot the actual thing. Tag at s add. Lettercraft dictionary item. And then tag at s remove lettercraft dictionary item. I totally forgot the reason why I did this, and I didn't explain it to you guys because this stuff gets confusing. Type equals item, tag equals lettercraft dictionary item. This time it should work. This time it should work. For real. Data get storage lettercraft. Nope. Nope. Let's just make sure that the translate thing is working. Data get storage translate. Okay, the translate thing isn't even working. Okay. Oh, it's because I didn't put a single thing right there, a single $sign. What a fool am I. Classic. Data get storage lettercraft dictionary. There we go. Now we have a dictionary of every item in the game. That took long enough. Okay. What is this? Oh yeah, I need to remove this old player storage thing I made. Okay. So now our storage should be pretty clean. We have our active words, we have our lettercraft dictionary, and we have translate ENUS. Now for every single thing in the dictionary is not done yet, guys. Every single thing in the dictionary, we need to convert it into the same format as our word spelling, okay? So what that means is that execute as, or no, here's what we're going to do. You need some way of converting an item name back into an item, though. I will get to that. Okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to copy our dictionary, our entire dictionary, into, actually, hold on. That's a good point. So I need to save every single item ID and its name separately. Right. Okay. We're gonna, instead of append item name, we're gonna call this append item. Append item. Okay, so what this is gonna do is it's gonna grab the item's name and put it in translate out. And then we're gonna do data modify storage, lettercraft, temp, all dot dictionary item, set value, all dictionary item dot ID, set from entity at s item dot ID, and then we're also gonna set the name from storage out, or name string as a string. We're going to set it from translate out, and then we're going to append from storage lettercraft temp all.dictionary item, and then we're going to remove translate out, and we're going to data remove storage lettercraft temp all.dictionary item. And now we have the item's ID and its name saved to the dictionary. So if we reload this, and we do data remove storage lettercraft dictionary all, and reload again, data get storage lettercraft dictionary, the first value, lettercraft dictionary all, we have acacia boat, the ID is acacia boat, and the name is acacia boat. See, look at that. So now we have the name as a string, we have the ID, and now we need to get the name as, like, in the format that I have it in the, what's it called? In the, my words are failing me. The format I have it in my data pack to test for if words are craftable, which is just like a list of like letters like this, right? Of uppercase letters like this, right? So let's organize this a little bit. So this adds the tag this tag to the item. It summons the text display, then grabs the text, and then it starts setting all of this stuff. This is cleanup. This is cleanup. Okay, so now under here, we need to do function lettercraft build dictionary / convert item name, format item name, we'll call it format item name in it, because it's going to take multiple functions, I imagine. And we'll just quickly create this function and pop back into here. And we're going to data modify storage, lettercraft temp, dictionary item, dot, what is it? Dictionary item. How are we going to name this? We're going to call it name map. So we have name string and we have name map. Append string all.dictionary.item.name. Lettercraft temp all.dictionary append string, storage, lettercraft temp, all dictionary item dot name map, starts at 0, ends at 1. Okay. So this is going to grab the first letter. Actually, no, we need a temporary spot to store the name. Shoot. Data modify storage, temp, all that dictionary item dot name convert, set from storage, lettercraft temp, all dot dictionary dictionary item dot name string, and then we want to set this to name from name convert. This is where we have to start making a loop, I think, right? This is a loop actually, so we can do this back here, and this can be a loop. Actually, we can go this format item name. We can just make that its own function that loops. I'm pretty sure. Format item name. We can move this back out here. We can delete this folder. Format item name. Data modify storage, lettercraft temp, all dictionary name map, append string, name convert. Execute if data storage, lettercraft temp, all dot dictionary item dot name map. Actually, no. Before we put it in the map, we're gonna do set from convert character, current character. What is called current character? Current character. If data storage current character is A. So if the current character is an A, I am making it possible to craft items by spelling them. If I clear my inventory and I kill myself to go back to the center of the world, you have this crafting table, and I open it up, and I have a spelling table, and I have 12 A's, 13 D's, 4 E's, 4 F's, and 4 L's. I can start spelling stuff, and the goal is that eventually I'll be able to spell words to craft them. Execute if data storage lettercraft temp all dictionary item current character is A. Run data modify storage lettercraft temp all the dictionary item current character. Whoops. Set value A. So we're going to make all lowercases capitals, first of all. And we can do that for every single letter. And we can go back to our awesome regular expression generator, which is code for generating code, to do that. With this, like this, and then set it to be uppercase, like that. And I can copy all of these, swap them back over to VS Code, paste it all in. So now this will make all of our lowercase letters uppercase. And then we're going to make a big long thing that's like execute unless data storage. This is an A, a B. Like we're just gonna do like a massive test for every single letter for this. So I guess what we should do is actually, we can probably also do this with regular expressions. Honestly, we swap back over to our regular expressions. We can do that and remove the, there we go. And we're going to make one insanely massive command that just tests Oh, wow, that didn't work. That's okay. We can just fix this with one more regular expression. So we'll just undo this and just copy this again, come back over to VS Code. Oh, I'm already in VS Code. Sorry, I didn't show you what I just did in regular expression land, which I'm sure people aren't really that thrilled about. We're going to replace all of our new lines in this selection with nothing. So now we have one massive command that's like, if it's not a letter of the alphabet, then we're going to return back to the top, I guess. So we're going to, so we grab, wait, data set from storage, data set from, set string from storage, wait, no. Set string, storage, lettercraft temp, all the dictionary name, dictionary item.name, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this grabs the first letter of the item's name. It makes it uppercase. We should also remove that letter from the converting item, the temporary thing we made to convert it. Set string from storage, and it starts at 1. And if it's not a letter of the alphabet, then we're going to do run, return, run, function, format, item name. And if it is, then we're going to do data modify storage, lettercraft temp, all dot dictionary item, dot name map, append from storage, lettercrafts, the current character, whatever this is. Storage, lettercraft character, current character. And then execute if data storage, execute unless data storage, lettercraft temp, all dot dictionary item, dot name convert. If the name convert is now empty, run function format. So we have to add this as well to the end of our really massive command. And then, okay, so if our current character is a letter, right, it gets added to our name map. And if the current character is not a letter, then we restart the system. But if the last character is not a letter, which I don't think should happen, but what if it does? If the last character is not a letter, then what's going to happen is, if I don't have this line here, it's just going to restart it. And then it's going to try to do it again. So how about, let's just put like a little extra thing at the top here. Just execute if data storage this run return fail. We'll run return 1, whatever. And then we don't have to worry about testing for it ever. Because if the name is empty, then we can't grab a character. So now this should, I think theoretically, if I do data remove storage, lettercraft dictionary all, and I reload the pack, data get storage, lettercraft, oh, there is no lettercraft dictionary. Okay, I broke something. Something doesn't work. Does format item name not work or something? Function format item name. Oh boy. Oh boy. Something is broken here. Okay. Name convert is set here. So then we go over here. If the current dictionary item is empty, we return a value of 1. Let me just do say loop to make sure this is even happening. Function, build dictionary in it. That didn't kill that text display. Oh, you can't see my game. I didn't kill this text display for some reason. But did it create my dictionary? Data get storage dictionary. Dictionary all 0. It did actually work. Look at that. We have a map of the name, Acacia Boat. But it didn't remove the last text display for some reason. Kill at end type equals text display, I guess. I don't know why it wouldn't kill the last text display. I guess I should just make it kill at E type equals text display or whatever. Also, it ended with birch fence gate. That's not the last item in the game. Did we hit like a limit on how many commands you can run in a single tick? I think that's what we did. So then maybe what I should do instead is run this every tick. Data or game rule command max command sequence length. Can I increase it to like 300,000? Will that change things? Data remove storage. Lettercraft dictionary all reload, and then I run this command, the format command. Where is it? Function format. Oh, something broke. Too many commands. Data get storage dictionary. Man, things just keep breaking. What did I do? I don't know what the default max command sequence length was, but somehow changing it seems to have changed what my pack is doing. Okay, function format, item name. Data get storage, no dictionary. Okay, so what is format item name doing? It is if, oh, I'm running the wrong thing. Build dictionary in it is what I'm supposed to be doing. Build dictionary in it. There we go. Data get storage, lettercraft dictionary. It ends on dandelion now, after changing the max command block modification limit to 300,000. Okay, so 300,000 isn't enough. 3 million. Data remove storage. All. $3 million seemed to be enough. And it just creates a lag for a bit, but it worked, and I wasn't sharing my screen correctly. But so I guess what we'll do is we'll over here, when we run this, we're going to set the max command sequence length, and then we're going to set it back to whatever the vanilla value is afterwards, which is, let's find out on the wiki. Max command sequence length. The default is 65536. Okay. So then whenever the thing loads, it should do this. And it's I don't think my load function is actually working properly right now for some reason, but yeah, it says loaded, but then it doesn't run this. Oof. Data remove storage, lettercraft dictionary all. Remove it, and then we're gonna reload. Data get storage lettercraft dictionary. So yeah, no, it's not running. Data get storage lettercraft dictionary. Unless data storage. Lettercraft dictionary. Data get storage. Lettercraft dictionary. There is no lettercraft dictionary. Execute. There's no lettercraft dictionary. So can I just not do something positioned at that location? I can't. Is it because it's not loaded? Or did I type something wrong? Oof, it is laggy over here. Something is not good here. Something is really not good here. Uh-oh, my game is like totally frozen. I think there's infinite items over here. Uh-oh. I gotta kill all things that are not the player. Yikes. Okay, that was not expected. Do I have to... maybe I have to force load this area before I attempt anything, right? Okay. That's fine, I guess. Okay, so what if I do this? So if there is nothing here, then we do that. And then we do that, and then we build the dictionary. I don't know. Let's find out. Data, remove storage, all. Items though, it just gets, they just get spat out. Maybe it's not long enough still. Okay, that seems to work. So if I do this, and I do force load, remove all, and then I do data, remove storage, lettercraft dictionary, all, and then I do reload, data get storage, lettercraft dictionary. I have to be at oh my gosh. I have to be at the border for it to actually work for some reason. Is it because it's outside of the world or something? Can I just like do it inside the world instead, and like the one chunk that's in the world or whatever? It's probably it. TP2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we're going to delete these last two. Make it 60, 64. Like that. Something like that. Make it 74. Make it 80. Will this fix it? I don't know. We're going to change these numbers to this. Does this fix it? Let's find out. Data, remove storage, dictionary, all, and type reload. That seemed to have fixed it. Okay, cool. Data, remove, wait, no. Force load, remove all. Okay, so this is working. This is working now. This is all I needed. I'm not gonna change it. I don't think I need to do this anymore. No, I'm gonna change it. It feels like cleaner code. Force load add. Does this work, please? Data remove storage dictionary all. And then let's just make sure our load function is saved. And we'll do /reload. No, okay, it didn't work this time. So I do have to do it the way I did it before. Where I force load it first, and then I run the commands. Okay. Okay, reload, and that created it. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work. Sometimes it just does not want to work. I do not understand why. We're just going to do this the boring way. Ah, man. I'm so confused. So clear data remove storage dictionary all, and then we do, and then it does half of it. Okay, see, it does half of it, and then data remove storage dictionary all, and then does the other half of it. So like it does it in two giant halves. I don't understand why. This is just very confusing to me. Oh. I think I have to just do this more smarterly. So, okay. I think what we have to do is, instead of building the name of the item every time, because if we just don't do this, it's really not complicated. We don't even have to do this or do this. So if we go back to Minecraft and we do this, and data remove storage dictionary all, data get storage dictionary, and now it just works for every item. It's when we convert it into a map that it seems to have problems. So how about we just convert it to a map on the fly when we're actually testing to craft an item? Okay, I guess. That seems like it won't work. No, that's not gonna work. I have to convert them all, every single item, to a map of letters in order for this to work. I have to convert every single item into a map of letters. Since I'm hard coding it anyways, I feel like at this point, I should just hard code it. At this point, I should just hard code it, as much of a bummer as that might be. So that's what we're going to do. Let's find out. Man, see, I was trying to save myself time instead of wasted so much time. Execute unless it run function, build dictionary in it. Man. Okay, so whenever there's no dictionary, it attempts to build a dictionary, and when it builds the dictionary, this is getting taxing. As we approach here on 4 hours, I question if I should call this a day for now. I just might. Add at P, positioned. Okay. Oh. How do I guarantee that even if we run out of, I run too many commands in a single tick, like, I can make sure that they can still run. Okay, I have an idea. Okay. So we're gonna spawn a bunch of items in the air, data, and we're going to tag at E, type equals item, distance equals 1, add lettercraft dictionary item, although I use that at some other point. Lettercraft dictionary, we're just going to lettercraft dictionary. Execute as at E, type equals item, tag equals lettercraft dictionary. Run that. Build dictionary, append item. Okay, that's what we're going to do. So okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I've got the solution. Dictionary build tick. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a tick for building the dictionary. Okay. Build dictionary tick. Execute at P, positioned, run function. Actually, no, hold on. I've goofed this up. Build dictionary. Execute as at E, type equals item, tag equals lettercraft dictionary. Run function build dictionary tick. Okay, so if there's no dictionary, the player spawns all of the items that are part of the lettercraft dictionary, and then every single one of those items is going to run this tick function. This tick function is pretty much going to be this. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Actually, we don't even need to run a tick function. We can just have every one of these is going to run the append function. And the append function's like that. Okay. Does this work? Data remove storage, lettercraft dictionary all. Data get storage, lettercraft dictionary. Will this crash my game? Lettercraft dictionary all 0, all -1. Is there one item in this? Dictionary. That seems to almost work. All right. Well, there are no items left. Data get storage. Dictionary all -1, -2, -3. Okay, that built the dictionary. I think this works. I'm gonna leave it for now. Now we can finally get to the fun part. Execute. I need to remove name convert. I need to remove current character every time we build the dictionary. Data remove storage dictionary all. And I can remove the say part of this. Building. No, I'll change it. Building lettercraft dictionary. Data. Okay, then let me get this command. Yeah, now you have the name map. So now I can do execute if data storage lettercraft dictionary all name map, and if it matches black candle, run say hi. How are there multiple that match black candle? Oh, we need to match the exact order of it, don't we? Like if I match like cake, anything that has those letters in it is going to match. Can I match the order of it? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, there we go. Black candle. Oh, but then I can't get the index of it. Shoot. Shoot, I've run into a problem. I've made a problem for myself. Okay. Oh gosh. We've got a problem, everyone. So I need to... It might have been pointless to do this the way I've done it. If I do this, I can't get the ID from the map of the item's name. I can't get the item ID, so I can't like give myself that item. So which is a problem. So I think what we need to do instead is when we are building our active word, we need to instead just like make it shoot, man. My VS Code extension is Spyglass and MyNode. Those are the two extensions I use that are really helpful. Okay, what we need to do is we need to get our active word. Okay, every time we add a letter, function get, active word get, and then we need to do this. We need to set our active word to set value active word letter. I think that should work. Or append letter. So now when we do this, we reset it, we do this. No, that didn't work. Shoot. Data get entity, data get storage, active word. No, I don't have an active word anymore. Oh no. So if I don't have an active word, okay. So this is important. Okay, so if I don't have an active word, execute it unless function active word test in it. Okay, so if I don't have an active word, I am making a mod that lets you craft things by spelling them. So you can take apart the letters of like Oaklog and rearrange it into something else. Oaklog's probably not a good example. You can't really rearrange those letters, but okay. Execute unless function lettercraft spell active word test in it. Gosh. Spell active word test in it. So if I don't have an active word, then what we need to do is we need to make something that is new active word. New active word. Function new active word. Okay. So do that up there. we'll set the letter and the UUID. And if we don't have an active word, then we'll do a new active word, which will pretty much do this. Set the active word to that, to append letter. And then we'll remove our temporary data. And if we do have an active word, then it's going to run append. Oh, we have to do function get. There you go, like that. Let's do the append, and the append will also have to have this stuff in it. Oh. Does this work? Let's find out. Nope. Oh, I've broken things. I've broken things so badly. I've broken everything terribly. Data get entity, data get storage. Active word. All active words, set value, active word, append letter. Okay. Okay. Every time I add a letter, we run this. The letter is A. The uppercase is that. Okay. If I do not have an active word, oh. That's probably part of why. I have to check every instance where I use active word, and I'm testing for like a literal list of things. I recognize I've gotten to a point in this stream where I've not really fully explaining everything I'm doing, and that is simply because I'm having a hard time. Oh, that's why. There we go. We're starting to get somewhere. The first letter I write gets put up there. Now, we gotta do this part. So if I do have an active word, which I do right now, then whenever I click on a letter, I should get my active word, and it should set it to something. Oh man. If I reload and I do this, it's not doing what it should be doing. It's not doing what it should be doing. Oh, I need to have, there's not actually a fail argument for this function. That is why. I think. I don't know. Say append letter. We need to make some test functions. That's all. When I click this, and I already have a word up there, just nothing happens. Is this just like not a good format or something? I'm confused. If I just remove this. Okay. Is it the fact that is the active word not appearing, or is the letter not appearing? That is the question. I think it's the active word that's not appearing. Yeah, it's the active word that's not appearing. Okay, I've found the source of the problem at least. So the thing that lets me grab my active word over here somewhere in this modify storage all.active word set from storage all.active word. Let me just do function get. Failed to function get with entity at. Oh, is that? That's it. That's it. With entity. I'm a fool, guys. I'm a fool. You don't even understand. You don't even understand how foolish I've been this whole time. All right, ready? There we go. Now we can spell again. Spelling has returned. Spellcraft is back, or lettercraft, or whatever I called it. I called it lettercraft. I've been working on it for this long. I should probably know. Okay, we're back in business. We're back in business. Things are fine again. I have to be right back for just like 1 minute. I will see you in that 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. Or do go anywhere. I don't really care all that much. You know, it's been a while. If you can't, if you're getting tired, I understand. Thank you for sticking around, though. I'll be right back. And we're back. Back to making a mod about spelling. About being able to spell. Sorry, that's a quick little bathroom break. We can spell again. Look at this. Typing. Typing is happening. And if I reload the game, I think it'll stop spamming the chat like that. Well, it still says triggered. But we'll get rid of that later. Don't worry about it. We'll stick right here. Just like a game rule. Send command game rule, send command feedback, false. There you go. Now that should solve that. Reset. So now we gotta go back to our thing that builds our dictionary. Okay. And we format the item name. Function, lettercraft, build dictionary, format item name. Okay. So if there's like 3,000 items in Minecraft, how many should I select every tick to get them all in like under a second, but like to not overwhelm the game? So if I get 100 every tick, that'll be like 2,000 every second. So we'll get like 200 every tick to build our dictionary. Then we format the item name. And what we need to do is, all we need to do is this. Instead of calling this a name map, we're going to call it like name. Yeah, we'll call it a name map. Append to name map. New MC function file. Ba-boom. Function append to name map. And it's going to be with storage lettercraft temp alt the dictionary item. And we're going to modify the name map set value, and that value is going to be a macro. Our good old friend macros, which let us combine things very easily. So we're going to combine the current name map with the current character, like that. So now theoretically, this should be enough for me to do this. Data remove storage, lettercraft dictionary, all, and then it rebuilds the dictionary. And then I do data get storage, lettercraft dictionary, all like 4, 5. Nope. something here didn't work. Something here has not worked. Is it not current character? No, it is current character. Okay, let's reload this data. Okay, so something's just not running correctly. It's the actual, this actual thing. All right, we're just making some little testy tweaks. Okay, so that's running properly. Now, if we just want to test if it's going to say the name map. Oh, the name map doesn't exist. When the... Golly, ain't that just the way? I know exactly what our problem is. We're trying to create a name that doesn't exist. Format item name. Name map set value nothing. Okay, this should work. I'm so confident. Data get storage dictionary all 5. Nope, dictionary all. Is it? What? Is there no dictionary? What's happening? Oh, game rules send command feedback true. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting that's a thing. How many times has that just been a problem and I haven't noticed, I wonder? The fact that I had my command feedback off. Acacia fence gate. There we go. That's what I need. Right there. See that? So now what I can do. Execute if data, storage, dictionary, all. Name map is acacia, is diamond, right? ID. And I can do data get storage. I can get the actual ID of something that has the name map diamond. Okay? Now we're actually on the verge of making this an actual mod. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's go back to our little dialogue thingy, right? This thing that is our crafting menu. And it has this, let me go back, there we go. It has this button, spell item. We're just gonna make that run a command. And that command is gonna be like a trigger command. I don't know, trigger, lettercraft, spell item. There you go. And we will just grab that and stick it into our dialogue at the end here. And we'll have to add that spell item trigger scoreboard, lettercraft, spell item trigger. Okay. And then when we open the dialogue, we will have to enable that trigger. Lettercraft spell item. Execute as at a scores equals. I just realized earlier I was testing for a player score in such an unnecessarily complicated way. I could have just done this. Scores equals lettercraft reset active word equals one or more. Not sure why I did it the way I did. Not sure why. And we're going to change it to lettercraft. Spell item is one or more. Run function. Active word, add letter. And we'll just make a new folder called craft. So now, whenever this happens, lettercraft, craft, init with entity as. So now we can check for our item that our currently active spelled word that we've got. Actually, I don't even need to do with entity add as, because we already have a function for that. We're just going to do craft init, okay? And then we're going to do function get to get the word that we're currently spelling, righto. And then we can do a test like the one I did before, right? Where I did this, like execute if data, if there's an item in our dictionary that has like the name diamond, right? Just something like this, okay? Execute if data stores letter dictionary, blah, 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 blah. So what we need to do is we need to do test.mc function. So we're going to run a test, and it's going to have this code in it with our active word, right? Active word. So we're going to do function test with storage lettercraft temp all. Okay, so now it's going to run this test, and if we correctly spelled an item, then we can do run return run function craft lettercraft craft commit, right? And what commit will do is I don't know yet. We'll find out. Commit.mc function. Sure. So if it works, then it works, and if it doesn't work, then we'll play a sound, like a bad sound, like, oh, you failed. Like, play sound bass. Everyone uses the note block bass. UI add as here 1 1 whatever that. Sure. I just put so much unnecessary code. So if we can't craft something, all right, like this, you cannot trigger this objective yet. What? I thought I enabled it. I guess we'll have to also just like function dialogue or whatever, function spelling menu in it as well every time we do that. You cannot trigger this objective yet. What? What do you mean I cannot trigger this objective yet? I'm pretty sure that if I initialize this thing at the very top, it says players enable lettercraft spell item. I'm pretty darn sure of it, actually. I click it, and then it says I can't trigger it. What? Oh, I know what it is. I'm not resetting my score. Scoreboard players. Reset at S, spell item. Okay. Now I should be able to click this to my heart's content. Nope. Scoreboard players reset as spell item. No. What on earth? Say help. Okay, so I click the button and then it doesn't let me do the thing. Very strange. Oh, you know what I need to do? Execute unless function tests. Like I need to test if I actually have an active word. Run, return, run. I need like a test fail thing, right? Fail.mc function. Okay, so I need to put all of the stuff for failing into its own function. Okay. And then if I fail, function fail. Okay. There we go. I was so confident that would work. Say fail. I don't have an... Oh, I do have an active word, though. Okay, so that works. But then if I have an active word... Okay, so if I have an active word, but it's not in the list, it's currently not doing much. So if I test for this, and I don't have, like right now it'd be testing if I have D in the active word list, right? So if I copy this command over to the game, and I test to see if there's a D in the list, there isn't. So nothing's happening. Then I have to do the fail function if it doesn't work out. It's not triggering the fail function if it doesn't pass. Very confusion. Very confusion. Oh, I've made this mistake already before. The get has to be with entity at s every time. Every time. Every time. So now it fails like that. Perfect. My fail function isn't playing a sound though. Execute at s run. There we go. Because I have no positional context for this entire commands thingy. There we go. Okay. But if I succeed, I need to run the commit function, right? So if I successfully have something, I run the test, and if that item exists, I run commit, which will give us the item and clear all of our active letters like this. So I can just run this reset function, honestly. Function reset. Actually, no, because it can't be the same, because this reset function that returns all the letters to you, we don't want that to happen. So commit will delete all of the letters that you used to spell that thing, and it will give you that item. Give. So if it passes, then we need to do function need to find that testing function again. Okay, here we go. So if that item exists, then we need to run the commit function. And in the commit function, we will do the commit function just like we do this. We do with storage lettercraft temp all. In the commit function, we'll run the commit function with storage lettercraft temp all, so we have the active word again. Then what we can do is we can do data modify storage lettercraft temp all dot give item ID set from storage this mess dot ID, and then, oh man, guys, we're so close to this just working. All of this time waiting for this moment. Create this, give at s ID, and that's it. I think this is literally it. I think this should work now. So I don't have the letters to spell anything meaningful. So I need to give myself scoreboard players set at s add at s lettercraft I1. So I need an I, DIA. I need an M. We'll give myself some of those. I need O's. I have no N's. I need some N's. And now it should be also D-I-A-M-O-N-D. And spell item didn't do anything. Nice. Okay, so confident I was. Probably that. That was probably all I needed to do. Let's find out. I also need to clear the active word. So we do that. We also need to data remove storage active word. Function lettercraft craft clear with entity at s. We're just going to create a clear function that's like identical to the reset function but doesn't have any of the stuff I don't want it to have. So we'll go over here. I don't want it to play this sound, and I want to remove my active word. And I don't want to do any of this. D-I-A-M-O-N-D. Okay, it was close, but it didn't give me the item. Oh, give item ID. That's it. Give item ID. There we go. I just should have wrote give item ID. That's what I wrote before. D. Oh, I don't have any more I's. I didn't give myself enough I's to do it more than twice. I-A-M-O-N-D. Did you see that? Can I spell a loom? I get a loom. That's so funny. Wow, I'm so, this is obviously what I've been working towards, and it's just so awesome when it works. What else can I craft with these random letters I have? So I can now craft stuff, but I need to be able to get the letters. That's the last part of this equation. Which is making me realize I probably should have kept my little letter maps. Huh. We're building the dictionary. We're appending an item. Probably should have done this. Data, modify storage, all dot dictionary item dot letters. Oh, whoops. Lettercraft dictionary, all that dictionary item dot letters, append from that. Easy fix. So now data remove storage, we'll remove our dictionary, and we'll rebuild it. Data get storage, all that dictionary, all 5. Oh, wait. Gamer will send command feedback true. Whoops. I keep forgetting about that. What is happening here? Oh, whoops. Okay. We rebuild our dictionary, and then we get a random item from our dictionary. Gamer will send command feedback true. Now we have, there we go. Okay, we have our little like separated item names back. And it works all the way to the end, yeah. Oh, you guys missed it. Well, here we go. You can see I have all of our separated letters back. So we can use these to like give ourselves letters whenever we craft an item. So what I need to do now is we removed all the crafting recipes from the game, remember? So like I can't even like take a log here and go in survival mode and then like stick it up here and craft it. It shouldn't work. But what I need to do now is I need to add back a crafting recipe for every item in the game that just gives you like an item that when you grab it, it stores all of the letters of that item, or it stores the ID of that item or whatever, to be able to give it back to give you the letter. So if you craft an item in your crafting grid, for example, it should give you letters is the goal here. And to do that is going to be pretty weird. So we can create recipes. All right, we can create a recipe folder, and here we can have, you know, oaklog.json, and then we can just create a crafting shapeless recipe where the ingredients are oaklog, and the result is an object, and that object is I guess we'll just make it like a light with or we'll make it like a I don't know. We'll just make it an oak log, but we'll make it have a custom item name of convert to letters, right? And it'll have a custom data as well, just of like, so I guess I didn't actually, yeah, no, it'll have a custom data of like letter crafts, and it'll just be its own ID. So we need to make one of these for every single item in the game. And I don't really, off the top of my head, I know there's a way to like automatically do this. Okay. I don't really know off the top of my head how I'm meant to do this. I also don't know if this is the best way to do it. Maybe it'd be better if I made like an advancement for every single one of these. I don't know. Like maybe we have an advancement, like a folder called like craft, and an advancement for every single item that you can craft that gets triggered whenever you craft that thing. Trigger crafts recipe crafted, and the recipe ID is lettercraft oak log. The reward is a function. See, there's a couple ways I could do this. I mean, the easiest thing to do is to make it so like whatever item you hold in the crafting menu, you can convert it to letters. That seems a little silly. I don't know. I feel like it would just make more sense if it was the in your actual... I don't know. If it's in your actual inventory, it's just easier to deal with. Can I reward a function like with storage? No, I can't. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to somehow generate one of these for every single item in the game. Every single item. And we should be able to do that without too much difficulty. Like our regular expression thing here allows us to like take, you know, the list of every item in the game and, you know, like if I go over here to 26.1.1 registries and we go on down to item, we have a list of every item. So we should be able to convert this list with some magic into like 3,000 of these files, of these recipe files. Just like how we were able to convert this list of letters of the alphabet into all of these different lines of code. Now, there's an easy answer here, which I don't want to take, which is I could use a Python script generated by ChatGPT to do that for me, which it could pretty much just copy this, but like replace the item ID with the actual item with one file for every single one of these item IDs. I don't feel super jazzed about that. So, what are we gonna do? What are we going to do? I think what we're going to do is look it up. Look it up. If we can like regex to create files, something like that. Create new file path using regex. If all you need to remove the last folder name from the file path, then I think it would be easier to use built-in file info, directory info, and path.combine instead of regular expressions. This is Greek to me. This is... All right. How to easily generate JSON files from a template and comma separated values. Something like that. Multiple JSON files from a template and comma separated values. Something like that. Ugh. Python script create JSON files from template. Okay, let's take a look. There's got to be an answer here, right? So it's like we create a list with a JSON file or with a Python file, and we create like a list of every single item, right? Copy this. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting into really spooky territory right now of creating Python scripts. But you know what? Test.py. We're just going to go for it. Import JSON items equals, and then just this entire thing. And I want to remove all the new lines, so it's just one thing. Actually, no, that's fine. I think, right? I think Python accepts that. For item in items, or we'll do for index in items. What did it say over on this thingy? It said like they construct the JSON object first, and then they like I don't know. I'm so bad at Python. I just feel like this is like a common thing to do though, to like generate multiple files from like a list of comma separated values or whatever. All right, well, let me get my little template here. This red is bugging me so much because it doesn't like the fact that I put auto 1B or 1, so I'm going to make it 1B, and now it won't be mad at me anymore, and it'll stop saying it's red. And in build dictionary, something is red as well. Why is something red in build dictionary? Init? Oh, expand to 0? Expand 0B. There you go. Not mad anymore. All right, so I have my loot table somewhere that I made. Where'd it go? Oh, recipe. It's a recipe. This is the format of it. Can I just make like recipe equals this object? So I need to change, so I can like walk through a JSON object like this. Okay. I'm assuming something like this will work. So we can do like new recipe equals recipe, and new recipe type, or new recipe ingredients. Actually, is this valid? Can I just like make the ingredients for this shapeless recipe just be a single oak log? No, it won't let me. Can I make it not a list of lists? Yeah, I can. So let's go back to this thingy. This nightmare I'm currently creating for myself. So we're creating a new recipe for each and every item in the game. And I actually need to add Minecraft to the beginning of them just because that's how it's currently formatted in the dictionary. So for every single one of these items in the game, we're going to create a new recipe where we set the first value in ingredients to be index, and we set the result, and in the result, Minecraft ID is the index, and under result components Minecraft custom data. Oh wait, why is it multiple? Oh no, this is a huge mistake I've made. This is not correct. It's just supposed to be ID. I've accidentally added multiple Minecrafts. That's not how it looks over here, is it? No, it's just result components, result ID components, yeah. Whoopsie. Okay, so I can actually probably like remove this, right? Yeah. And then probably remove this and result Minecraft components, or is it just components? And I've goofed it up again. Yeah, it's just components. Result components. Minecraft custom data. That's not words. Minecraft custom data. Lettercraft is the index. Probably remove all that too then. And then, see, I just stole this code from this website. I don't know if this is actually going to generate the file per thing. Like, I want this to be the name of the thingy. So how can I do that? Like, Python, JSON, write file name from string, right? File name, Python, JSON, file name. Out file name. Oh, man. JSON. Python generate JSON files. Oh. This seems useful. Pop back on over to VS Code. So JSON string equals JSON dumps new recipe. I'm confused. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This is a really fun video, isn't it? Me just learning Python. Oh man. You trying to find quick solutions to problems all the time. Oh. JSON string, JSON dumps, new recipe with open data. Gosh. Like, how can I change this name, right? To just be the item's name. You know what I mean? Python, JSON, Python string macro. I don't know, something like that. Python, JSON, out file name. All of these are about dumping to a data.json file. Oh, we are encroaching on 5 hours of doing this. It's really, really crazy that I've been doing this for so long, and I'm so close to being done. I can't throw in the towel now. I have like one thing left to do that just happens to be very frustrating. Let's just test the proof of concept at least for now. So if I have this oak log, right? This oak log recipe. Let's just test that for now. And we'll get to like generating the recipes for every single thing in a bit. So I give myself an oak log. There we go. Oak logs. I go to survival mode. And I do this. I get these. And what we want to do is every time we have one of these in our inventories, these like convert letters things, we need to like put it in an item display, and so we'll make a new folder called convert. Craft item, and we're going to make this execute as at a if items entity at s container dot anything is anything that has custom data that is equal to lettercraft anything. Actually, so in that case, we should make it like this. ID equals Minecraft oak log. There you go. Lettercraft. Run function. Lettercraft convert init. Actually, we'll do container. Container init. And then if you have anything in your offhand as well, well, not offhand, because that's the only other slot you could have anything in, I guess. Actually, no, I'm not worried about that. If it's in your inventory, it gets converted, okay? Or maybe if it's in your cursor, if in your mouse cursor, I guess. Cursor, player.cursor, run function. We'll just call it init, not container init, just init. Quick fix, make it. There we go. Okay. This has been made many times before as a mod, I know. It's been made many times before, but I've actually tried to find and play it in modern versions, and I just couldn't find it. Which is why I'm going through 5 hours of effort to recreate it live on stream for you all to see. The struggles live. Okay. So execute if entity at s, or if items entity at s container dot 0 match this thing. Item replace or we'll make a file called give Oh, this is exhausting. Okay, we'll make a file called get ID, something like that. No. Just item display .mc function. Or no, item move. Item convert MC function. I don't know. I might rename it in a second. Function item convert with, and we'll make slot is container.0. And then over here in item convert, we're going to do summon item display. Actually, we need to do at s for this. Summon item display here. Tags equals lettercraft convert item replace entity at end type equals item display tag equals lettercraft convert contents set from entity contents from entity at s, and then we're going to put that macro where it says slot. Then item replace entity at s slot with air. And then we can just make this for every single container that the player has, which is 0 through 36, I think. It's like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Oh, you're missing me counting. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. 35. Okay. So all the way to 35. You know, we'll use our old friend regex real quick for this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. All right. Like this. Copy all of those over, pop back on over to VS Code, paste them all in. That didn't seem to work as I intended. Oh, because I copied this whole thing. Whoops. Paste this in here. And instead of copying everything, I just copy this one line. Did this again not work? No, it again not worked. Once again not worked. There we go. Let's try this. There we go. Beautiful. And then we also need one for the mouse cursor. Player.cursor. Okay, so for every item, we grab it from the player, and then we have to function lettercraft convert get letters with entity at s item. And that's going to be data modify storage temp all dot give letters set from storage dictionary all ID equals whatever the ID is, dot letters, I think I made it. Right. Data get storage dictionary all 0 dot letters. Gamer will send command feedback true. All dot letters. Yes. And now we just have to run a function to give the letters to the player. So if the first value data modify dot give letter current set from storage. Oh, this is so boring. Letter 0, and then we're gonna do data remove storage all dot give letter 0. Execute if data storage lettercraft temp all give letter current is A. Run scoreboard players add at S lettercraft A 1. And then we have to do that for every single letter. Back to our regular expressions, everybody. Back to the regular expressions. Let's get it back to when it was letters. There we go. Boom. Bam. Boom. Generate code with code. Paste. Okay. Execute if data storage. Run function. Give letters. Actually, execute as at and type equals item display. Oh, this is misspelled. It says covert. It should be convert. Replace covert with convert. Whoopsie. Big typos. So execute as this entity. Run function give loop or lettercraft convert give loop. I don't know. This has to be its own separate loop. Okay. So we run this give loop where we get the letters of the current item, then we give the player those letters, and then we have to subtract the amount of items in the item display by 1, which we should be able to do with an item modifier, which we can also generate on Mizzo's website. set count, count, float, -1, add true. This is an item modifier. Item modify, entity at s, contents, this, execute. If items entity at s, contents, run function, give loop. Again, so if we still have an item, if that thing still has an item, then it gives me even more letters, I guess. Yeah. Data, remove, storage, lettercraft temp all. Okay. We are making a mod that allows us to craft things by spelling them. So if I craft now, see that this is not working because this should be being taken from my inventory right now. Game rule send command feedback. True. Okay, so if I give myself an oak log, right? I have 5 O's, and then I craft it. I should have 6 O's. I still have 5 O's. So something did not work. Okay, that's fine. At least it got taken from me. Also, there needs to be a 0 up here. Frustrating. Tell raw at a storage equals lettercraft temp mbt equals all. Sometimes I just have to read these things. Give current letter G. Okay, so it told me about the last one. Give current letter set from storage. All give letters 0. Give letter current. All right, so it should be saying it up here, honestly. In this loop. I have this loop. If I reload and I give myself an oak log, current letter is G. Why does the current letter ever G at the beginning? That's weird. Huh. Very strange. I give myself an oak log. I craft it. It says oak log. Okay. So each time the give letter current is O. Oh, wait a second. This is at S. It needs to be at P. So we're going to do tag at S, add lettercraft, converting letters, and then we'll remove that tag at the end. So that way our thingy can better identify us. At P tag equals crafting lettercraft converting letters. Okay, there we go. Oh, always such simple stuff that messes me up. So this says I have 5 O's, and then if I craft this, now I should have 6 O's. I have 7 O's. Oh, because oak log, duh. And I have 4 L's, and if I craft this oak log, I should have 5 L's. There we go. Okay. I can craft logs and convert them into letters. What language are we using? We're using Minecraft commands. And it's been a long, long time, but we are in the final stretch, truly, well and truly. We only have one major hurdle to overcome. I successfully made something that allows me to type D-I-A-M-O-N-D, and I can craft it, and I get a diamond. And I can give myself an oak log, and I can convert that into letters, and I pick it up, and it's letters, and I got more letters. I got an O, an A, a K, an L, an O, and a G. Very fancy. However, the problem we have currently is that it only works for oak logs. You can craft any item in the game, but to get letters, I have to make a recipe for every item in the game that follows this exact format. This should be theoretically pretty easy, right? Because it's just the same thing over and over again, where I'm just replacing Minecraft oak log with Minecraft stone, Minecraft diamond, whatever it is. However, I'm very bad at Python, and I cannot for the life of me figure out how on earth I'm supposed to write different files with different names. And I'm this close to asking Gemini or ChatGPT or something like that, and I'm very embarrassed to do that because it feels like it should be really simple. I've gotten like I haven't actually run this yet, but I feel like if I run this, it'll do something. No, it actually didn't do anything. So, yeah, unfortunate. It says all sorts of errors for me. File, blah, 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 and module, index, key error, ingredients. Giving me all sorts of problems. What if I do that? Well, and I run it. That actually made something happen. And it created one file, right? So here's my problem, is that I need it to create a file based on the name of each of these. And instead it just creates one file based on the last one. Like, it's so close to just working. All I need is to be able to change the item, the JSON model file. The JSON file name. Okay. Python, open Python dynamically open file name in for loop based on current index, something like that. Okay. So for I and this might be my answer right here. Okay. So file plus I have to do this plus something else. So dot plus dot JSON. Okay. Something like that. Okay, wait a second. I think we've got an answer. I think I have an answer. I think I have an answer to get us to the final hurdle of this. Okay. We're gonna replace all of these back with not Minecraft for a second, because I feel like that's gonna break things. But all I need to do theoretically is down here when I write this file. I just need to do this index. Yeah. No. Oh, I wrote the word index. That was silly of me. So if I run this Python script now, did that work? I think this worked, guys. I think that worked. The only problem now is that I need this to have Minecraft at the beginning of it. So this is like really close to working. But honestly, I think I know the way to fix that. Where's my Python script? I just want to make sure I don't lose it because I'm about to delete every single one of these files I just generated. Oh boy. Actually, I don't need to delete the files I generated. I can just do this. Lettercraft. I can just do this Minecraft plus index like that. Yeah, that should work. No, that almost worked, but not quite. Oh, it needs to be with a colon. Holy cow! I think we almost have it. Move all these files. Replace that one file. Whoa! It's replacing all the files. It's moving really slowly too. I guess this is like 3,000 files, so that checks out. And it seems VS Code's quite slow at moving files, so I might do this myself with a with File Explorer for the rest of them, for the rest of the ones that aren't. Already moved. And it's almost done doing its thing. Oh man, it's populating it with so many files. Okay, there we go. I think that might literally be the end of this data pack. I think it might be done now. If I convert this music disc. No, that didn't work. So close yet so far. What didn't work? Something didn't work. Okay, let's look at the output files, I guess. I didn't really look at them very closely. Give as acacia boat. As oak log. Oh, wait. The normal recipes are just back? Why? What have I done? Oh, did I? Oh, I know exactly what I did. I moved over my pack MC meta file. I disabled the entire data pack by removing a necessary file. Ah, that makes sense. Of course. So maybe it does just work and it's all good now. Oh, I actually forgot. I'm going to have to change the format of this again. I forgot. I changed the format of this to be Lettercraft ID. It needs to be Lettercraft ID, right? Like this. ID. There we go. Okay. Run this script again and it generates all the files. And now we can copy them over again. Let's try that again. Home stretch. Home stretch. We are replacing all of these recipes with the fixed recipes. I'll show you guys what I'm actually doing so you can be involved with the process, because anyone who's still sticking around is really committed. Replace these files. And there we go. Now, theoretically, this just works. Diamond. Yes, and I have to get rid of those because they're goofed up, but I can get my music discs back. Oh yeah, I can convert all of these things into letters. I should make it make a sound when I convert it into letters, right? Oh yeah. I don't like the bold anymore, actually. It's kind of just hard to read. So we're gonna go back and make that not bold anymore. So that's gonna be back in. We're gonna get rid of this thing. And also my node is broken. Very funny. Very strange. Spelling menu. When we create the spelling menu, we are making all of these bold. I do not like that anymore. Let us find all instances of bold true and just remove them. And now if we go back to the game, open it up. Oh, the numbers are still bold. Yeah, we also have to go in here and make this not bold. There we go. Reload. Now we can do all sorts of spelling. Maybe we need to put more space between each letter, though. That would make sense. Find all instances of this thing, which is just the space between the letters, and we'll make it like significantly larger. Now if we reload, all right, they're a little more spaced out now. Maybe they're a little too spaced out. We'll only do 2 spaces. All right, back to Ad Launcher. There we go, or Minecraft. I just use Ad Launcher. So can I make a iron pickaxe? IRONPICKAXE. It works. It actually works. No way. That is so incredible. It was a lot of work. It was 5 hours of work. And there's a giant crater here. And if you don't know why there's a giant crater here, you'd probably have to be there at the beginning of the stream. But now that we're here at the end, anyone who's here, hi. I made a data pack during this stream that allows you to craft using letters. And instead of just explaining it verbally, let's just create a new world with this data pack. Let's just create a new world in survival mode. Lettercraft survival, and we'll make it not super flat, and we'll, change the seed. Generate structures on. Actually, I'm just gonna hold on. I'm gonna copy the data pack, and just create a new world. Sorry, Lettercraft survival. Cool. And we're gonna paste it in here. I have to find the folder where it's saved. Sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna paste it in here, and we're gonna enable it. And it's validating. And I goofed up. Lettercraft survival. All right, guys. There we go. Enable this. Done. Create the world. And when you first load in, it's a bit laggy, because it's setting everything up. Oh man, it's really laggy. Actually, I didn't realize how laggy it was gonna be when you first load the world, in a survival world at least. Ouchies! It is so laggy, way laggier than I thought it would be. We might have to tweak that so it's not so laggy. Yeah, I think my Minecraft might crash from this actually. I wasn't expecting to be so laggy on a new world like that. Hmm. Woof. All right, I think we have to force quit Minecraft for a second. I think I've flown too close to the sun. I think I have some bugs to fix real quick. Oh no. What a tragedy. And the screen goes black and that is brutal. Holy red bar is right. Okay, we're gonna delete that world real quick. I'm gonna go back to the one where we're setting things up. I made what is hopefully a fix for how laggy it was. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It could still be laggy. Data remove storage. Look up dictionary all. There we go. Maybe that worked. I don't know. Actually, let me try that again. See, each of these is like saying something multiple times. I don't think they're supposed to be saying that multiple times. So let me just fix this so they should each only say it once. That like building lettercraft dictionary thing or whatever. There we go. Now they only say it once. And I don't know. Let's see if it's not laggy anymore. All right, we'll take 2, lettercraft survival, and we're going to create a data pack. And not create a data pack. We're going to put the data pack in the world and enable it. I'm going to create the world, and hopefully nothing bad happens. And it says Acacia Boat Building Lettercraft Dictionary over and over again, instead of anything else. See, that's not supposed to happen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh again. I think we have to crash the game again. Huh. It's getting like stuck in a loop. And I don't really know why. This is so annoying. It works in my world I made it in. But now it's causing me issues. Well, here's what we'll do. We will disable the code for now that spawns it. that like sets up the dictionary at first. And then we will go reload, data pack, or data remove storage, lettercraft active word all, data remove storage, lettercraft dictionary all, and lettercraft temp all. And there was a translate ENUS thing. Game rule, send command feedback true. Yeah. So, if I run this command now, it just works. No problems. Oh, you know what? Wait, does this have to do with the fact that... Hold on. I'm confused. I don't understand. We are making a mod where you can spell stuff, you can craft stuff by spelling, but it works perfectly fine in the world where I made it, right? I can spell D-I-A-M-O-N-D and I get a diamond. I can spell let's see, I don't know what else. What other items exist in Minecraft? Fern. I can get a fern, sure. I can get gold. Do I have enough to make gold boots? No, I don't have a T. Can I make a gold chest? No, I don't have a T. I can't make a chest plate either. Can I make a ingot? I-N-G-O. No, there's no T. There's no T. Gold's block. Sure. Gold block. Oh, I spelled it poorly. Right. G-O-L-D-B-L-O-C-K. Where's a K? K. There we go. Gold block. Is it block of gold? I don't even know. B-L-O-C-K-O-F-G-O-L-D. There we go. It's block of gold. There we go. You can't put spaces because you can't get spaces. But here's the problem. This works totally fine in this world I've created it in. But then the moment I put it in another world, right? Let's recreate this world and make it a default world with structures. Okay. And then let's run the command that starts it. It gets stuck. See, this acacia boat gets stuck. Why? I don't understand why. Data get storage translate ENUS. Does that exist still? I don't understand. Execute if data storage translate ENUS anything. No. So for some reason, in the world I created all this stuff, it properly works and creates like a list of every item. But then in this world, it doesn't. It gets stuck. So this acacia boat what it should be doing, according to our code, should say it's building the lettercraft dictionary, and then it should summon a text display at its location, and then it should try to translate what that text display says, and that text display should say its name. And I don't understand why it's not doing that. I guess what we'll have to do is we'll have to move our VS Code instance to be the version that's on this world instead. So I'm going to open up the world folder for this new world I've just made, and we're going to have to test it in this new world instead of the world where I was originally developing the mod. which is fine. You know, these things happen. File, close workspace. Okay, so let me open the folder, this folder, and let me open the function that this thing is running every single tick, which is the append item function. See how this Acacia boat just keeps saying building lettercraft dictionary over and over and over again. Back over here, that's this line right here. So I need to see, then it's supposed to summon a text display that has the item's name, and then it's supposed to translate that with this function here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it say translate as well to see if it's even getting to that point, that step of the process. So we're going to do reload. And it is. It's getting to that step of the process. It's translating it properly. It does depend on entities, and we just have to figure out like what point in this function is it stopping working. So then it does all this fancy stuff when it tries to build the dictionary, and then it does format item name. And my extension is failing right now that is for working with data packs for some reason. So then it's supposed to format the item name, which should grab, let's see, it should grab the letters of this thing. You know, let's just have it do this. Like, at this point, it should say tell raw at a text or storage equals lettercraft temp nbt equals all dot dictionary item. So this new string, and we'll make it stop saying the translation string. So this should now, if we go back in the game, it's not even, okay, so something's failing at this step, I think, when we're building this, the format item name thing. I think it's getting stuck in some sort of loop. I don't know why it would be getting stuck in a loop, though. That's kind of the weird thing. Is it append to name map? Is this getting broken? Because it should be setting the name map and the current character. Character here to set string storage, lettercraft temp. All that dictionary item dot name convert. Ugh, this is a nightmare. All right, let's make it say this at the beginning of at this function. Name map nothing, ID Minecraft Acacia boat. So it says name map nothing and ID Minecraft Acacia boat. So that means that, oh, if you heard, you probably didn't hear that sound, but all these items finally landed on the ground. Man, this is confusing. So these items are not properly getting the data for, they're not setting the data for the name string is gone. Can I, man, okay. Is the translation thing working properly? Translate, out. Wait, no, translate out. It's not, I don't believe it's the entities causing the problem in this world. Okay, so I think I know exactly what the problem is. My translation thing is not working. The thing that's supposed to translate... What? The thing that's supposed to translate the names of everything. This whole data pack kind of depends on that. So if I do function translate, or translate and instantiate enus, and then I reload, and I run the function that builds the data. Is it fine now? Now it's just fine. Okay, so that was literally it. Okay, so the whole thing that was broken is just the fact that... Oh, I can't even check. I just realized I can't check what letters I have unless I have a crafting table in the first place. And I can't make a crafting table. Wait a second. I can't make a crafting table without a crafting table because I can't spell without a crafting table. So I kind of need to start the game with a crafting table. Otherwise, I have to find one in the world, which seems annoying. Oh, well, there's a village right there. So, you know what? Let's see how lucky we can get. Yeah, you have no way of knowing what what letters you have unless you have a crafting table. So you have to find a crafting table. That's hilarious. I could have bad luck here. Let's see. I honestly don't even know what to look for. I don't know which of these buildings is going to have a crafting table for me. Uh-oh. Nope. I might just for testing purposes just do cheaty mode and give myself a crafting table just for making sure everything works. All right, well, let's just give ourselves a crafting table because I just want to make sure everything's working now properly. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of working, not quite. It's also like weird now, which it wasn't before. But yeah, now I have all these letters, and I should be able to. What can I spell with this? I can get my dirt back that I I turned into letters. Dirt. I got my dirt back, but it's no longer. Oh, hey, I haven't switched my stream to Minecraft. Yeah, there you go. It's no longer like booting me out of the crafting menu like it's supposed to. So something's up there. Do I need to do this? Something's broken with that. When I interact with the crafting table. Is 16 by 16 by 16 too much? I didn't know that. Whoops, that's an oversight. What about 12? Yeah, there we go. 12. I have to change that to 12 in my code. Okay. That's part of that problem. Or whoops, replace 16 with 12. So our problem, the reason this whole thing breaks in the first place is because at the beginning of this thing being created, it is not successfully translating. It is not successfully creating the translations. ENUS translations. which is a problem. So I think what we're going to do is we'll run this in the load instead, I guess. And we'll recreate this world and see what happens. Recreate. And actually, hold on. No, I need to go back in here real quick. And I need to add this thing back, which is like summons the items in the first place. Now I'll recreate the world one more time. See what happens. Nope. It just doesn't like to create the list of things to translate the items. It does not like to create it. Maybe there's a limit on like how large of a piece of data that a function is allowed to write. Or maybe I should just change it to this instead. Try again. Let's delete this one. Recreate this. Try it again. Yeah, that seems to work. So for some reason, if I check if I run this where I check if the translation thing exists in the first place, it just doesn't want to run. But if I just run it anyways, it just works. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm confused. I'm going to recreate this world again after changing that line of code just once. And it's broken again, completely broken. Just because I changed this line of code, I remove this, the whole thing breaks. Execute unless data storage, translate enus, run function, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to disable these for a second, and then we're going to recreate the world. So that way it doesn't manually do that, because I don't want it. I don't want every time the package loaded for this to run. Okay. Okay, what if I do this? Okay, I think I have a fix. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move this translation thing into data modify storage, translate enus, all set value to this, okay? So I think that works, right? That's proper format. Yeah, okay. So it's just bugging out because it's such a long file. We're going to change how this translation thing even works in the first place. I think I understand what the problem is. The test I'm doing to check whether or not this translation thing already exists was not a good check. It did not work properly. Because I was checking whether or not it's an empty string, and if it doesn't exist, then it's an empty storage. So I need to test if all exists instead. Actually, you know what? That changes too much of how this works. Instead, let's undo this, and we'll just also do data modify storage translate enus instantiated set value true. And now we'll change this to execute unless data instantiated. That should literally fix it. It's always one tiny thing. It's never anything crazy. Okay, so if I recreate this world now, this should just work. There we go. Now it just works. Perfect, perfect, I fixed it. Yay, it's been fixed. So now I can go ahead and make sure I copy all of the working versions and delete all the broken versions real quick. Just deleting all the broken versions. We're going to close this in VS Code for a second. We're going to reopen this version. We're going to go into all of these things that have like tell raws in them. I put tell raw all over the place just to test stuff. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then I didn't even realize I still had this file that's just called tellraw.mc function. And now for real this time, guys. Now for real this time, guys. We're going to create a new world. Call it Lettercraft Survival. Okay? We're going to go in. We're going to add our data pack we just created over the course of the last almost 6 hours. We're going to enable it. And we're going to play it. And it does all that instantiation stuff. And I don't have a crafting table still, but if I just start collecting stuff, once I find a crafting table, oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. So I can craft with letters. Oh, wow, a lush cave. Very cool. Things are a bit laggy right now. I'm not really sure why. I guess maybe my render distance is a bit up and I'm recording and streaming and stuff. I won't be able to do anything unless I find a crafting table. So let's go find one. I'm just gonna have faith that everything's working right now. Oh, baby sheep. And just I need a crafting table so bad. Maybe I should somehow make it possible to just get a crafting table early on. I don't know how I would do that, though. It kind of defeats the entire point of this thing. But I'm pretty sure I broke it. I fixed every bug. So should be no problems. If I can find a village, then and find a crafting table, then I will show you how awesome this is. Try making my FPS rate unlimited. No, because I don't want a higher FPS than 60. Me just taking infinite fall damage. Don't worry, once I can craft anything, I'll be able to make myself food. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I have to make it so when a player spawns, they get a crafting table or something. I don't know. This is too hard otherwise. Yeah, I think we'll do that real quick. I think, you know, maybe I'm lame. Maybe I'm lame. We're going to do that real quick. When a player spawns, they get a crafting table. Let's add something for detecting when the player spawns. How do I do this? I guess I'll just do like player spawned. I don't know. I really don't know how this is gonna work out. Player spawned. Is there a way to detect if the player spawned? If entity properties, I don't know. Tick object. If I just spawned, game rule, scoreboard objectives, add died, lettercraft, died, player. How did I don't remember. Is it custom dot die or something like Minecraft dot die or player dot player death count or time since death? What is that? Data get entity at s game rule send command feedback. True. All right, I gotta get my own data. I gotta get the player data. Is there player data in here for me to use to like detect if I died? I'll just use a scoreboard. Death count. Okay, so if my death count's over 1, okay, we don't even need an advancement for this. Scoreboard objectives add lettercraft death count. Okay. I don't remember what this is. Oh yeah, convert items to letters, and then we're gonna do give crafting table on spawn. Execute as at a scores lettercraft death equals more than 1. How do you only activate something on a living player? I don't remember. There's a way to like only run a command on a living player. Is it at e type equals player? At e type equals player scores equals lettercraft death 1. Run function lettercraft spawn. Sure. We'll call it that. Where is that? Oh, spawn. Give at p at s crafting table scoreboard players set at s lettercrafts death 0. And then if but then how do I do it for a player who first spawned in, right? Like who doesn't have that yet? Like scoreboard players set at a scores equals not lettercraft equals 0. Oh, lettercraft death equals 0. Execute has at a unless entity at s scores equals lettercraft death. Oh, unless score makes way more sense. Score and at s lettercraft death matches 0 or more. Run scoreboard players set at s lettercraft death 1. All right, so I get a crafting table, and then if I die, I get a new crafting table. Perfect, great. Maybe I should put a curse of vanishing on that crafting table or something. I don't know. Just so I can't just clone crafting tables. Yeah, I should make it a special crafting table that you can't like get rid of. Crafting table, enchantments equals vanishing curse equals 1, and custom data equals lettercrafts return equals 1. And then return crafting table execute as at e type equals item if items entity at s crafting table or contents crafting table custom data is lettercraft return equals 1. Is that what it was? Lettercraft return? Yeah. Run give oh yeah. As I if it is entity at this kind of crafting table 1 run on origin run give at s that thing, and then we need to just kill all of the ones that are dropped. So now let me just clear, let me die. Now I get this crafting table, and if I drop it, it just comes back to me. Although I'm realizing if I place it down, I can just break it and then get it back, so there's no point in doing that. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Maybe I'll just make it so you can't craft crafting tables. Okay, how about that? You know, that's gonna be my solution to this. You just can't craft crafting tables into letters. Because you can get infinite crafting tables. We're just gonna go into the things you can craft, the recipes. And we're gonna find the crafting table, we're gonna remove it. There it is. Delete. Gone. Move to recycling bin. Boom. That's my solution. Cool. Now I will go do something fun. For real. Lettercraft. Survive. Data packs. Open pack folder. Paste. Enable. Okay. Well, I can't help but to notice I didn't get a crafting table. Something didn't work. Oh, man. What? Scoreboard players reset as lettercraft death. Oh, man. Oh, I have to do this thing to make sure it's a living player, right? Yeah. Like, so if a player hasn't spawned in yet, they don't even count as an entity. Right, right. It's a whole weird thing. Survive. I'm not even going to give it a fancy name anymore because I'm getting sick of typing the same things over and over again. Enable. Done. Now do I get a crafting table? I don't. I do not. Ugh. How do you run something on a player that... How do you run something on a player that hasn't spawned... Like you wait for the player to spawn in, right? How do you do that? I know there's a way. On player world load, like how I'm looking this up. I gotta look this up to figure this out. I guess I'll just have to recreate the world and just keep testing. So I'll just delete this, and I'll just change the code to be like... Yeah, I need to find a way to make this command run. Oh, wait, I know why. Because I did this. That's probably the problem. The player had to have a lot of... The player had to have a lot of have a score already for it to even work. There we go. Look at that. I got it when I loaded in. Perfect. Solved it. How many times am I going to say, all right, now I'm going to do something cool? Now I'm gonna do something cool. Now we're gonna have fun. Now the fun can begin. So I made a mod that lets me craft by spelling. And here's how it works, all right? So we're gonna place down our crafting table. It's a spelling table. I have no letters though. We gotta get some items. We got some leaf litters. Convert those into letters. We gotta get ourselves some oak logs. Sure, why not? Get some dirt as well. You know, we're gonna convert all of this stuff into letters, okay? Boom. Now we can open our spelling table. We've got some options here. I can spell D-I-A. Oh, I can't spell diamond. I can spell... I don't know. What can I spell? Leaf litter gave me... Look, you can get a lot of letters from leaf litters. I can get like, what? I'm going to get 10 L's from this. Right now I have 35 L's, but if I do this, I have 45 L's. Jeez, get a lot of L's. So what can we craft, guys? We can craft a... I can't craft a pickaxe. I can't really craft anything yet. I can get these lilacs. Oh, man. I need something with a D in it. I got a D. I got a D, an I, an A. Is there anything with an M? I can craft a I want to get a diamond, all right? I want diamond. Whoa. I had a really awful spawn point. Birch, log. I don't know if there's any letters in there that I don't have, though, that are really of importance. Chicken. I need an M. Craft all these into letters. Okay, can we make anything now? I guess I can make an oak door just to do it. Oh, whoops, I misspelled it. You have to restart whenever you mess up annoyingly. Oak door. There we go. Oak door. Very cool. Sugarcane. Okay, I see in front of me a poppy, a dandelion, sugarcane. None of these have M's in them. I need an M to make a diamond. There's sand. There's leather. There's raw beef. No, none of that has good letters. We're gonna get an M. Azure bluet. There's a Z. That's fun. Poppy, cornflower. Guys, we're looking for the letter M. Is there a mob that drops a letter M item? Because yes, I can make spawn eggs. I actually probably have the letters to make some spawn eggs. Hold on a second. Sheep drop mutton. Okay, hold on. Wait, this is big brain. Okay. Can I get a sheep spawn egg? HEEPSPAWNEGG. There we go. We get some mutton from that. And I can get a diamond? Yes, I got some mutton. Okay, now I can craft the mutton. Nice, nice. Now can I get a diamond? D-I-A-M-O-N-D. Beautiful. Easy as that. Sheep spawn egg was the secret. But then the real question is, can I make anything more interesting? Can I make an end portal frame? ENDPORTALFRA. I still don't have an M. Oh, I have an M from my diamond. M-E. End portal frame. That's what we need. So if I get enough of those, I could just go to the end, right? Now, I don't think I'm going to do anything more than that for this stream. This stream's gone on for way longer than I wanted it to. I have so much to do today. I've definitely let it go on longer than I should have. But this was fun. I hope people learned something along the way. I know that it was insufferably long. And there are long periods of me kind of just rambling and not explaining what I'm doing enough. This is not how I wanted the stream to go at all. I just didn't want to stop because, you know, I wanted to make sure I got it done and that I didn't want to have to do a second stream doing the same thing. Now I can't get this back, by the way. So I can't get that letter M back. But I don't think tomorrow, but at some point, what I want to do is I want to make a Skyblock world with this data pack, and I want to try to see if I can beat the game. I'll probably make a short where I beat the game with this, which I don't imagine would be too terribly difficult. But, you know, beating it in Skyblock might be a larger challenge, and that I might do as a stream. What else can we craft real quick, though, before I go away? If anyone's got any ideas, let's see. I can grab some clay balls here, some dirt, some gravel. It'd be nice to get a shovel, actually, or an axe or something to be able to break my pickaxe faster, or break my crafting table faster. Where can I get an X? Oh, man, nothing has an X. I just passed by a ruined portal, though. There must be a good letter in there. Or maybe just an axe. There could just be an axe in here. Nope. Unfortunate. Any good letters, though? No. Can I make a boat? B-O... Well, it has to be some kind of boat. I'll make it an oak boat. Oak boat. Perfect. I can make a debug stick and a command block, probably. I really want to find something with an X, though. That'd be really convenient. I mean, I could get a bucket, find an axolotl, and then turn the axolotl into the letter X, which would be cruel. Let's just convert all these into letters. We need letters. We need glorious letters. Okay. Can we get a debug stick? Debug stick. Where's the K? There it is. There we go. We can't use it in survival mode, but now we have it. And we can just turn it back into letters. Can I get a mace? I can't get a mace. I have more M's again. Mace. There we go. Awesome. Now I have a mace. Hajah! Wow, I didn't think that would be an instant kill like that. Alright. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Next time I do a stream, it'll probably be a little more scheduled, and it won't be nearly as long, and it'll be me playing with this data pack, probably. I have other ideas for streams I want to do with making stuff, but with how crazy this has been and how much longer it went than I wanted, I don't know. I don't know if I'll make something quite as complicated as this again. Alrighty. I will see you guys in the next one.